Section 1. The beginning, how The Simpsons was born. Get comfortable. Settle in. Because tonight, we're going all the way back to the beginning, not just the beginning of a television show, but the beginning of something that quietly became one of the most important things American culture has ever made. The year is 1987. Matt Groening is sitting in a waiting room at Fox Broadcasting Company in Los Angeles. He had been called in to pitch a series of animated shorts for a sketch comedy program hosted by a British comedian named Tracey Ullman. The show was called The Tracey Ullman Show, and Fox was trying to fill it out with little animated segments between sketches, funny little moments to give the audience something to watch during transitions. Groening had come in with a different pitch entirely. He had been developing a comic strip called Life in Hell for years. A strange, funny, dark little strip about a rabbit named Binky and his odd companions. He had been publishing it in alternative weekly newspapers across America. It was cult material. People who found it loved it, but it was never going to be mainstream. And Groening had planned to pitch a Life in Hell animated adaptation to Fox, figuring that even if it didn't go anywhere, he'd at least have tried. But sitting in that waiting room, something shifted. He started to think about what it would actually mean to hand over the rights to Life in Hell, this thing he had been drawing and protecting for years, to a television network. And he decided, in the span of a waiting room visit, that he didn't want to do it. He didn't want to give up his characters. He didn't want to sign over the thing he'd built. So he made up something new. Right there, in the waiting room, he sketched a family. A father who was heavyset and bald, a mother with impossible hair, a mischievous boy, a smart little girl, and a baby. He named them after his own family members. His father was named Homer. His mother was named Marge. His sisters were named Lisa and Maggie. He invented a stand-in for himself and called him Bart, which was an anagram of the word brat. He handed the sketches to the executives. Fox bought it. That waiting room sketch became the foundation of a show that would run for 36 years. A show that would be translated into dozens of languages, watched in more than 100 countries, celebrated as one of the greatest achievements in the history of television, and analyzed more obsessively than almost any piece of fiction ever created. And it all came from a man who didn't want to give away his rabbit. Groening was born in Portland, Oregon, in 1954. He grew up in a middle-class household with a father who loved film and a mother who was a schoolteacher. He was creative from a very early age, filling notebooks with drawings and jokes, the kind of kid who was always doing something with a pen in his hand. He eventually made his way to Los Angeles in his early 20s with ambitions to become a writer. He took the kinds of jobs young creative people in Los Angeles take. He worked as a busboy, as a chauffeur, as a landscaper. He spent a lot of time being broke and figuring out what he actually wanted to do. Life in Hell started in 1977 as a comic he was sending to friends in the mail. It had a darkly funny quality. A view of life as something that was absurd and difficult, but also somehow worth laughing at. The rabbit Binky existed in a world of quiet desperation that had a lot in common with the lives of people in their 20s trying to figure everything out. The strip got picked up by the Los Angeles Reader in 1980, and then it started spreading to other alternative papers. By the mid-1980s, it was running in over 250 papers across the country. Groening had found an audience. He had also found a voice. That voice, dry, affectionate, smart, a little subversive, was exactly what would define The Simpsons. But there was something else Groening brought to the project that mattered just as much. He was interested in family. Not the idealized television family of the 1950s and 1960s, the perfectly pressed, perfectly behaved, perfectly resolved family of shows like Father Knows Best or Leave It to Beaver. He was interested in the real thing. The messy thing. The family where the dad sometimes said the wrong thing and the kids were difficult and the mother held everything together through sheer force of will and love and an enormous amount of patience that nobody fully appreciated. He also brought someone else with him, a television producer named James L. Brooks, who had made his name on shows like The Mary Tyler Moore Show and Taxi, and then moved into film and produced and directed Terms of Endearment, which won the Academy Award for Best Picture in 1984. Brooks was one of the most respected people in American television and film, and he had joined the Tracey Ullman Project as a producer. He became the person who helped shepherd Groening's chaotic family of yellow cartoon characters into something coherent and real. Brooks understood something important about what Groening had created in those waiting room sketches. He understood that there was genuine emotional truth underneath the cartoon surfaces. That Homer wasn't just a dumb dad, he was a man trying his best in a world that was constantly defeating him. That Marge wasn't just a patient wife, she was a person with interior life, with desires and frustrations and depths that the format would eventually have to explore. Brooks pushed for the show to have real emotional weight, not just jokes. He wanted the comedy to come from character, from truth, from the recognition of something real inside the absurdity. The third essential figure in the early story of The Simpsons was a writer named Sam Simon. Simon had worked on Cheers, one of the defining sitcoms of the 1980s, and he brought a deep understanding of how to build a writer's room and how to structure comedy for television. It was Simon who built the infrastructure of the show, who hired the writers, who developed the production pipeline, who established the rhythms and routines that would carry the show through its early years. His relationship with Groening and Brooks was productive but not always smooth. Simon was known for being difficult to work with, brilliant and demanding in equal measure. He eventually left the show after the first 4 seasons, and his contribution has been a subject of some debate over the years, but his fingerprints are all over the earliest and best episodes of the series. He died in 2015 after a long illness, and the show dedicated its 26th season premiere to him. The first Simpsons shorts appeared on The Tracy Ullman Show on the 19th of April, 1987. There were 48 of these short segments in total, appearing over 3 seasons of the show between 1987 and 1989. They were rough, the animation was crude, the characters looked slightly different from how they would eventually look, and the whole thing had an underground comics quality that was a little jarring in the context of a primetime variety show. But something about them worked. People noticed them. The shorts had a specific energy, a specific quality of affection crossed with mild chaos that felt different from anything else on television. The people at Fox noticed too. By 1989, the network was planning to give The Simpsons its own show. Fox was a new network. It had only launched in 1986, and it was still struggling to establish itself against the big 3 networks of NBC, CBS, and ABC. It needed something different, something that would give it an identity. A primetime animated show for adults was exactly the kind of bet that a young, hungry network might make. The big 3 wouldn't have taken that risk. Fox was willing to. There was a lot of work to be done before the show could air as a proper series. The animation needed to be improved substantially. The character designs were refined. Homer's face became slightly more expressive. Bart's spiky hair was sharpened. Lisa's star-shaped hair was formalized. The voice cast was assembled. And this is where something remarkable happened, because the voices that were chosen became as iconic as the characters themselves. Dan Castellaneta, who had been doing Homer's voice in the Tracy Ullman shorts, kept the role. His Homer is one of the great performances in the history of animation, a voice that is simultaneously ridiculous and tender, capable of expressing confusion, embarrassment, sudden childlike joy, and deep, genuine love, sometimes within the same breath. The voice evolved over the early seasons. Early Homer is rougher, a little more gruff, a little less rounded. By the 3rd and 4th seasons, Castellaneta had found something that felt complete. Julie Kavner brought Marge to life with a voice that was unique, slightly raspy, unmistakably warm. Kavner had been a working actress for years, known particularly for her role in Rhoda, and she brought a depth to Marge that went beyond what was on the page. Marge's voice carries everything the character carries: the patience, the love, the occasional barely contained frustration, the dignity that persists even in absurd situations. Nancy Cartwright was a trained voice actress who had auditioned for the role of Lisa but ended up as Bart. She was 30 when the show premiered, playing a 10-year-old boy, and she did it so completely that the voice became one of the most recognized sounds on Earth. Bart's voice has an energy to it that's specific and irreplaceable. Not just the youth, but the particular quality of mischief cut with surprising emotional honesty. Yeardley Smith had been doing work in film and television when she auditioned for The Simpsons. Her voice, higher, more precise, thoughtful, was perfect for Lisa in a way that nobody else could have matched. Lisa Simpson's voice carries intelligence and idealism, and the specific loneliness of being the smartest person in a room that doesn't want to be improved. Harry Shearer came on as a voice actor of extraordinary range, eventually voicing Mr. Burns, Smithers, Principal Skinner, Ned Flanders, Kent Brockman, Dr. Hibbert, and many others. Hank Azaria brought Mo, Apu, Chief Wiggum, and a dozen more characters to life. The ensemble that assembled around these central voices was remarkable. A small group of people who, between them, brought an entire town to life. The first episode of The Simpsons as a standalone series aired on the 17th of December 1989. It was called Simpsons Roasting on an Open Fire, and it was a Christmas episode not because the show was planning to be seasonal, but because a Christmas episode seemed like the safest, warmest, most accessible way to introduce a new animated family to a primetime audience. The episode is deceptively simple. Homer discovers that his Christmas bonus has been canceled at work. He doesn't tell Marge, because Marge has spent the family's savings on removing a tattoo that Bart impulsively got on his arm. Facing a Christmas with no money and too much pride to admit the situation, Homer secretly gets a job as a department store Santa Claus. Bart finds out and goes to watch him, which becomes a bonding moment between them. Homer gets his paycheck $62 after withholding and takes Bart to the dog track to try to multiply the money. They lose on every race except the last one, when they bet on a long shot called Santa's Little Helper, who loses the race and is abandoned by his owner right there at the track. Homer and Bart bring the dog home. Christmas morning arrives without presents, but with a dog, and the family gathers around the animal with a warmth that doesn't feel earned through sentiment but through something more honest. The episode was watched by 33 million people. Nothing on American television in decades had debuted to numbers like that for an animated show. The Simpsons was immediately something. It was immediately a cultural event. Looking back at that first episode now, what's striking is how grounded it is. Homer is embarrassed by his financial situation but not beaten by it. His decision to go to the dog track isn't presented as stupidity, it's presented as hope, as the decision a man makes when he has almost nothing and needs to believe there's a way to turn it into something. The episode understands the specific anxiety of a working-class family at Christmas, the pressure of wanting to give your children what the culture tells you to give them, the quiet shame of falling short, and it finds grace in the dog, in the stray, the misfit, the long shot that didn't come in but came home anyway. The second episode to air, technically the first episode that was produced, was called Bart the Genius. It established the show's rhythm more clearly: the school setting, Homer and Bart's dynamic, Lisa's intelligence as a contrast to her brother's chaos. But it also showed something that the Christmas episode had already hinted at. The show was interested in how children and parents misunderstand each other, in how families love imperfectly, in how the gap between what we intend and what we do is where most of actual life happens. Through those early months, through those first 8 or 9 episodes, the show was finding what it was. The writers were discovering the characters. The animators were developing a visual language. The voice cast was settling into relationships with each other and with their characters. Something was being built in real time, and the audience was watching it happen, and somehow that process of becoming that visible growth in front of millions of viewers became part of what people loved about it. By the end of the first season, The Simpsons was more than a hit. It was a phenomenon. Yellow skin, 4 fingers, overbites. These things became iconic so quickly that people stopped seeing them as strange and started seeing them as familiar. Merchandise followed immediately, and the sheer volume of Simpsons merchandise in the early 1990s was staggering. T-shirts, notebooks, mugs, posters, skateboard decks, everything with Bart's face on it. Bart became the most identifiable cartoon character in the world for a period. Kids everywhere were writing "Don't have a cow man" in their school notebooks and getting in trouble for it and not particularly caring. But underneath all of that commercial energy, underneath the merchandise and the catchphrases and the cultural saturation, the show was doing something quietly extraordinary. It was telling the truth about family, about the way love and frustration live in the same house, share the same dinner table, drive in the same car without enough room. It was telling the truth about work, about money, about the specific texture of middle-class American life in the late 20th century. And it was doing all of this in the body of a cartoon, in a form that allowed it to push further and be weirder and take risks that a live-action show would never have been permitted. The Simpsons was born in a waiting room from a man who didn't want to give away his rabbit. It premiered to 33 million people on a Sunday night in December. And it changed American television forever before most of its future audience was old enough to watch it. Before we move on, drop a comment telling us where in the world you're watching from and what time it is where you are. And if you haven't subscribed yet, now's a good time. More of this is coming. Section 2. The Golden Age Seasons 1 through 8. There is a period in The Simpsons that fans refer to as the Golden Age. It spans roughly from the beginning of the second season through the end of the eighth, covering the years 1990 through 1997. These are the seasons that people mean when they say The Simpsons was the greatest show on television. These are the episodes that get quoted in daily conversation 30 years after they aired, that get dissected on forums and podcasts, that get cited by comedians and writers and filmmakers as formative experiences. To understand why those seasons were so remarkable, it helps to understand what was happening in American television at the time. The late 1980s and early 1990s were a period of significant cultural anxiety. The country was coming out of the Reagan era, entering the Gulf War, watching the economy do complicated and unsettling things. The optimism of the 1980s had curdled slightly. The idealized image of the American family, the image that had defined television since its beginning, was starting to feel hollow. And here came The Simpsons, a show that took the American family and examined it from every uncomfortable angle without ever losing its fundamental warmth. The second season is where the show really found its stride. Season 1 had been remarkable television, but it still had the slightly uncertain quality of a show discovering what it was. In Season 2, the uncertainty was gone. The writers, a remarkable assembly of Harvard-educated wits who had come to the show from various corners of comedy writing, had developed a chemistry and a sense of shared purpose that translated directly to the screen. The episode that many people point to as the first truly great Simpsons episode is Bart Gets an F, the first episode of Season 2. The premise is simple. Bart is about to fail the 4th grade. He hasn't been paying attention in school, hasn't been doing his work, and faces being held back if he fails one more test. He bargains with God, asking for a snow day so he can study. The snow day comes, and instead of studying, Bart goes outside and plays. When the snow day ends and the test arrives, he fails, but he gets an extra question right at the last moment by demonstrating historical knowledge he absorbed accidentally, pulling him to the pass mark by a single point. He cries, not because he passed, but because of the effort it took, because of how hard something so ordinary was for him. That moment, Bart crying over a D- became one of the most discussed moments in the show's early run. Because it was true. It was a true thing about kids who struggle, who aren't naturally academic, who are written off by systems not built for them. And the show made space for that truth without sentimentalizing it. Bart wasn't made into a tragic figure. He was made into a real one. Season 2 also introduced what would become one of the show's defining structures, the episode with 2 tonal gears. The setup would be comedic, the kind of premise you'd see in any sitcom, and then somewhere in the middle the show would shift into something more honest, more vulnerable, more unexpected. There was an episode in Season 2 called One Fish, Two Fish, Blowfish, Bluefish, in which Homer eats improperly prepared blowfish at a sushi restaurant and believes he has 24 hours to live. What follows is a gentle, tender meditation on mortality. Homer making a list of everything he wants to do before he dies, working through the list imperfectly, spending time with the people he loves, and then discovering in the morning that he's fine, that he survived, and immediately sitting back down on the couch and reaching for the remote. That ending could have been lazy. A lesser show would have made the survival feel triumphant, would have given Homer a speech about appreciating life. Instead, the show simply showed him returning to his couch, and the audience understood without anything being said that Homer had spent 24 hours fully awake to his life, and that the survival had not magically transformed him. He was the same man. He was still going to sit on the couch, but he had, for one day, felt everything. Season 3 continued the expansion of Springfield. The supporting cast grew richer and deeper with every episode. Mo Sizlak, the bartender, went from being a background figure to one of the show's most consistently used supporting characters. Mo is a study in specific sadness, a man who has been beaten by life without quite being broken by it, who tends bar in a dim room and answers his phone with the weary patience of someone who has stopped expecting good news. The recurring prank calls from Bart calling Mo's bar and asking for people with names like Amanda Hugginkiss or Hugh Jass, names that Mo shouts out to the bar before realizing had become one of the show's most beloved running bits. But Moe was never just a punchline. The writers gave him depth, gave him a history, gave him moments of genuine vulnerability that made the jokes about his miserable life land differently than they would have if he'd been only a joke. The genius of the Golden Age Simpsons, more than any specific episode or joke or character, was that the writers understood how to use the form they were working in. Animation could do things that live-action television couldn't. It could stretch time in one direction and compress it in another. It could render the interior landscape of a character's imagination with complete freedom. It could be realistic in one moment and completely surreal in the next without losing the audience, because the visual world of animation is already a kind of agreement between the show and the viewer about reality. The couch gag became one of the show's most iconic elements, a short, often surreal animation that opened each episode, showing the Simpson family running to their couch in a different way each week. Some couch gags were simple jokes. Others were elaborate visual essays, later in the show's run becoming short films in their own right. But in the Golden Age, they were small experiments in the possibilities of the form tiny moments, where the show reminded itself and its audience that it was a cartoon, that the rules of cartoon reality applied, and that those rules were interesting. The musical episodes, something that would have been impossible in live-action drama, became part of the show's DNA. Songs appeared in The Simpsons not as novelty numbers but as genuine extensions of the storytelling. They Do, the song from Homer and Marge's vow renewal episode. Monorail, the Lyle Landry song from Marge versus the Monorail in Season 4. We Do, the cheerfully sinister song from the Stonecutters episode. The music was often parody, but never only parody, it served the story, elevated it, gave it a quality of joy that the straight comedy couldn't always reach. Season 4 is the season that many fans regard as the absolute peak. It's the season that contains Marge versus the Monorail, widely considered one of the greatest single episodes in television history. The episode was written by Conan O'Brien, who was a writer on the show in the early 1990s before leaving to host Late Night on NBC. The premise is a riff on The Music Man. A fast-talking con man named Lyle Landry comes to Springfield and convinces the town to spend a windfall from a settlement with Mr. Burns on a monorail instead of fixing their crumbling Main Street. Homer becomes the monorail conductor. The monorail is built on the cheap with substandard parts. On the maiden voyage, the brakes fail and the monorail speeds up uncontrollably. Homer saves the day through improvisational genius. The episode works on so many levels simultaneously. It's a brilliant piece of comedy, with the kind of joke density that rewards repeated viewing. It's a spot-on satire of civic gullibility, of how easily communities can be talked into things by a charming salesperson with a good song. It's a warm, affectionate portrait of Homer as someone capable of unexpected heroism. And it contains what might be the most purely joyful piece of music the show ever produced, the Monorail song, which has the structure and energy of a Broadway opening number and the perfectly calibrated absurdity of a Simpsons joke. O'Brien was one of several extraordinary talents who passed through the Simpsons writing room in the early years and went on to major careers elsewhere. Greg Daniels, who would later create The Office and Parks and Recreation for American television. John Vitti, who would contribute to the show for decades. George Meyer, who became known as one of the most respected comedy writers in the history of the medium and who shaped the voice of the show more than almost anyone else. These were not people casually filling in a script. These were people working at the absolute height of their powers on material they cared deeply about. Season 5 introduced episodes that pushed the show into territory it had never previously explored. Homer's Barbershop Quartet told the story of a period in the 1980s when Homer, Barney, Principal Skinner, and Apu formed a barbershop quartet called the B-Sharps and became a surprise sensation. A clear Beatles parody that was also genuinely funny on its own terms, and also genuinely moving in its depiction of a moment in Homer's life before things got difficult. Cape Fear reimagined Cape Fear with Sideshow Bob as the Robert De Niro figure, stalking the Simpson family to a houseboat, an episode that generated one of the show's most enduring running gags, in which Sideshow Bob repeatedly steps on rakes and receives them to the face, and the joke somehow gets funnier each time. Season 5 also contains Homer Goes to College, written by Conan O'Brien, which is one of the earliest examples of the show's mastery of self-aware comedy. Homer, forced to take a nuclear physics course to keep his job, enrolls at Springfield University, and brings his cartoon understanding of college life drunk nerds, prank-based administration, keg parties into collision with actual academic reality. The episode is very aware of its own premises, very aware of the genre it's playing with, and it uses that awareness to push the jokes further than they would otherwise go. Season 6 gave the show some of its most legendary moments. Homer the Great, the Stonecutters episode, in which Homer discovers a secret society controlling the world and joins it, only to discover that he has a birthmark, making him their chosen one, and is given so much power and reverence that he uses it to bore everyone into quitting. It was a pointed satire of tribalism and institutional power that was also incredibly funny. Bart Sells His Soul, one of the most philosophically rich episodes the show ever produced, in which Bart impulsively sells his soul to Milhouse for $5 and then spends the episode feeling its absence, feeling slightly off, slightly empty, not quite right, while the show gently suggests that something real and unreplaceable was exchanged. Lisa's Wedding, a flash-forward episode set in the year 2010, showed a 23-year-old Lisa engaged to a proper English student named Hugh, visiting her family for the first time in years. The episode used the future setting to make observations about the present, about how families drift, about what home feels like after you've been away from it, about how the things that drove you away are also the things you miss. It was one of the most emotionally complete episodes the show ever made, and it worked not because the future it depicted was accurate, but because the feelings it captured were true. Season 7 contained Mother Simpson, the episode that revealed Homer's mother was alive and a former radical, forced underground by Mr. Burns decades earlier. The episode ends with Homer sitting on the hood of his car, looking up at the stars, after his mother has had to flee again. He stays there for a long, quiet moment. The credits roll over him sitting alone in the dark. It remains one of the most powerful endings in the show's history. Not because anything dramatic happened, but because of what didn't happen, because of all the time Homer would never get back, all the questions he would never be able to ask. Season 8 was the last season that most critical consensus places firmly within the Golden Age. It contained You Only Move Twice, in which Homer gets a dream job and his family moves to a new town, and his boss, Hank Scorpio, voiced with unstoppable charm by Albert Brooks, turns out to be a supervillain. Homer is completely oblivious to this and has the best professional experience of his life, while his boss is battling federal agents. The episode ends with Homer returning to Springfield, having been given by Scorpio, as a gift, the Denver Broncos football team. Homer wanted the Dallas Cowboys. The family returns home. Life resumes. Season 8 also contained Homer's Enemy, an episode that divided fans when it aired and has never stopped being discussed. A new man named Frank Grimes is hired at the power plant, an ordinary, hard-working man who has struggled his entire life to achieve basic competence. He watches Homer, who is incompetent and lazy and lucky, succeed where logic says he should fail. Grimes becomes obsessed with exposing Homer, but nobody in Springfield sees anything wrong with Homer's situation. The world simply accepts Homer as he is. Grimes, unable to accept this, has a breakdown and is killed in an industrial accident. At his funeral, Homer falls asleep and starts talking in his sleep, and the town laughs. The episode is uncomfortable. It was meant to be uncomfortable. It's the show looking at itself from the outside, through the eyes of a character who operates on realistic rules, and asking what it would actually mean to live next door to Homer Simpson. It was a self-critique of sorts. And the fact that the show was willing to make it in the middle of its greatest period said something about the kind of show it wanted to be. The Golden Age worked because the people making it were operating under a specific pressure that exists in any television show's early years. The pressure to make something worthy of the attention they were receiving, the pressure to live up to what the best episodes had established, the pressure of knowing that the audience was watching with complete investment and would notice if the standards dropped. That pressure produces extraordinary work, and it produced some of the most extraordinary television comedy ever made. It also, inevitably, could not last forever. Pressure changes shape over time. The people making the show changed. The culture around the show changed. The Golden Age ended, not with a single catastrophic failure, but with the gradual easing of that particular pressure and the search for new sources of it. But those seasons remain. Season 2 through Season 8, give or take a handful of episodes, Around 130 episodes that constitute one of the greatest sustained runs of creative achievement in the history of American television. Hundreds of jokes that still land 30 years later. Dozens of episodes that reward repeated viewing not just for the surface comedy but for the depth underneath it. A portrait of American family life that captured something true about how ordinary people feel in extraordinary times, and how extraordinary people feel in ordinary ones. Section 3. Homer's Journey, the heart of the show. Of all the characters in The Simpsons, of all the hundreds of people who have populated Springfield across 36 seasons and nearly 800 episodes, Homer J. Simpson is the center. He is the gravitational force around which everything else orbits. He is the show's great comic creation and its most emotionally complex character, and the tension between those two things, between Homer as a figure of pure comedy and Homer as a figure of genuine human feeling, is what makes him one of the great characters in the history of American storytelling. Homer is 40 years old. He has been 40 years old since 1989. He will presumably continue to be 40 years old for as long as the show runs, which is to say, for as long as anyone can currently predict. He works as a safety inspector at Sector 7G of the Springfield nuclear power plant, a job he was originally given not through competence but through an arrangement between his father and his employer that Homer himself has never fully understood. He drives a beat-up pink car. He sits in the same seat on the same couch every night and watches television with a beer in his hand. He goes to church on Sunday mornings, mostly because Marge makes him, and he falls asleep in the pew. He bowls on Thursday nights with his friends Lenny and Carl, who are a study in contrast. Carl is thoughtful, somewhat reserved, often the voice of gentle reason, while Lenny is cheerful, slightly chaotic, deeply loyal. Homer goes to Moe's Tavern more often than he probably should. He is a man of very simple desires. He wants donuts. He wants beer. He wants to watch television. He wants to have a good time at whatever is happening. He wants his family to be happy. He wants Marge to love him. These desires are so elemental, so stripped of complication, that they become both comic and quietly moving. Homer Simpson wants what any person wants: comfort, love, pleasure, belonging, but he pursues these things with a directness that the civilized adult world has no structure for. He is given a car and a job and a nuclear family. What the show understood very early is that Homer's simplicity is not stupidity, or at least not only stupidity. There is a certain clarity to Homer's relationship with life. He is not burdened by excessive self-awareness. He does not lie awake at night cataloging his failures in the organized way that anxious, intelligent people do. When Homer is happy, he is completely happy. When Homer laughs, he laughs with his whole body. When Homer loves something, a donut, a song, his daughter's saxophone playing, his son's occasional moments of genuine sweetness, he loves it with an openness that more guarded people can't manage. There's a scene in Season 4, in the episode A Streetcar Named Marge, where Marge is performing in a local production of a musical version of A Streetcar Named Desire. Homer has been dismissive of her involvement, hasn't been paying attention, hasn't shown up to rehearsal. At the performance, he watches, and he sees her. He sees something in her that the ordinary day-to-day life of their marriage has temporarily covered over. He is moved. Not in a sophisticated way, not with any particular self-awareness, but genuinely and completely moved. That moment is entirely Homer, the man who doesn't notice things, suddenly noticing everything. Homer's relationship with each of his children is one of the show's most enduring sources of both comedy and emotion. With Bart, the relationship is combative at the surface. Homer's instinctive response to Bart's provocations is physical, the hands going to the throat in the strangling gesture that became one of the show's most recognizable images. But underneath the physical comedy, the relationship between Homer and Bart is built on a deep mutual recognition. They are alike in more ways than either of them would admit. Both are impulsive. Both are driven by immediate desire. Both have enormous capacity for both mischief and genuine tenderness. Both are, at their core, little boys who want to be loved. There is an episode in Season 1 called Bart the Daredevil, in which Bart decides he wants to jump Springfield Gorge on his skateboard, like a stuntman. Homer spends the episode trying to talk him out of it, becoming increasingly desperate, until in a moment of inspiration he promises to do it himself if Bart won't. Bart agrees, and Homer approaches the ramp and loses his nerve and sits down, refusing to jump, giving Bart the example of cowardice he needed to follow. As Homer and Bart share a moment of mutual cowardice and mutual relief, the gurney that Homer was on rolls away down the ramp and off the gorge without him. Homer tumbles down the cliff face, hits the bottom, is loaded into an ambulance, and the ambulance immediately drives into a tree. It is a perfect comedic sequence, but it exists inside a story about a father who almost risked his life to save his son from risking his. With Lisa, Homer's relationship is defined by the gap between them. Lisa is everything. Homer is not. She is intelligent, sensitive, politically aware, morally serious, a saxophonist, a vegetarian, a practitioner of Buddhism, a person of genuine intellectual ambition. Homer is none of these things. And yet the bond between them is one of the most moving things in the show, precisely because it bridges a gap that in real life often isn't bridged. Homer doesn't understand Lisa, can't follow her arguments, can't share her interests, can't read the books she reads, but he loves her completely, and she loves him completely. And the show keeps returning to that love as something that doesn't require understanding to function. In Lisa's Substitute, a Season 2 episode, Lisa develops an intense academic attachment to a substitute teacher named Mr. Bergstrom, who gives her the intellectual attention and encouragement she doesn't receive at home. When he leaves, she's devastated, and she takes out her grief on Homer, telling him he's a lousy father. Homer unexpectedly doesn't argue. He sits down beside her and tells her that she's right, that he's not perfect, but that he loves her and will always be there. The scene is quiet and true and resists the impulse to resolve the tension with a joke. It just lets Homer be, briefly, exactly the father Lisa needed. With Maggie, Homer's relationship is the most unguarded of all three. Maggie is the baby, pre-verbal, beyond argument or mischief or intellectual challenge. Homer's love for Maggie is pure in a way that his love for the others, complicated by all the actual content of their relationships, sometimes isn't. There is an episode in which Homer goes back to work after having stayed home to care for Maggie, and it's revealed that on his workstation, which he has decorated with pinned-up papers in a way that seemed like nothing in particular, the papers spell out the words, "Do it for her," around a photo of Maggie. That is Homer's reason for everything. His reason for enduring the plant, burns, the tedium, the photo of his youngest daughter, who has no words yet, who just looks at him with complete trust. Homer's relationship with Marge is the spine of the show. It has been the spine of the show since the first episode. Their marriage is not idealized, it is shown with all of its friction and routine and occasional genuine crisis. Marge falls in love with a bowling instructor in one episode. Homer falls infatuated with a coworker in another. They fight about money, about choices, about the way Homer never seems to think before he acts. But the show always comes back to them, together, at the end. Not because that's the comfortable thing, but because the show is making an argument. The argument is that this marriage, imperfect, frequently strained, built on two people who are wildly different from each other, is real in a way that romantic idealism isn't. That the decision to stay, made not once but again and again, is more meaningful than the decision to begin. There is an episode, And Maggie Makes Three, in Season 6 that tells the story of how Maggie came to exist. Homer had finally paid off all the family's debts and left the power plant, taking a dream job at a bowling alley. He was completely happy. And then Marge got pregnant. He had to go back to the plant, back to Burns, back to the job he'd escaped. The episode is told in flashback, and the question of why Homer keeps his workstation photo of Maggie, the answer found at the end of the episode turns what could have been a story of disappointment into one of the show's most moving moments. Homer's journey across the entire series is not a developmental arc in the conventional sense. He doesn't become wiser or better adjusted or more functional. He doesn't accumulate lessons the way a character in a dramatic series does. The floating timeline prevents the kind of growth that requires the passage of time. But what he does accumulate, across hundreds of episodes and decades of television, is a record. A record of moments in which he was, briefly, exactly who his family needed him to be. A record of the ways love operates in a man who is many things but not, at his core, dishonest about who he is. Homer's job at the nuclear power plant is one of the show's most persistent satirical targets. The idea of a man with Homer's temperament and cognitive style in charge of safety at a nuclear facility is the show's most compressed joke about the way modern institutions actually work. Not through competence, but through the random assignment of roles and the disinclination of powerful people to replace comfortable failures with competent ones. Homer has caused numerous incidents at the plant. He has fallen asleep at the controls. He has eaten while on duty. He has expressed genuine confusion about basic nuclear physics. He has created situations that should have resulted in catastrophic failure and been saved by luck or by the intervention of his coworkers or by the kind of inexplicable narrative fortune that keeps cartoon characters from facing consequences. And yet Homer takes the job seriously, in his own way. He goes. Every day he goes. He punches in. He sits at his station. He is aware, at some level, of the weight of his responsibilities, even if that awareness never quite translates into the competence the responsibilities require. There is something genuinely human about this, the gap between awareness of obligation and ability to meet it, the persistence of showing up even when showing up is not quite enough. Homer has had hundreds of different jobs over the course of the show. He has been a food critic, a missionary, a hair salon operator, a monorail conductor, a boxing manager, an astronaut, a bodyguard, a bartender, a record producer, a plow operator, a carnival worker, a farmer, a military soldier, a politician, and many other things. Each of these jobs becomes a premise for an episode, a new angle of entry into Homer's relationship with the world. And each one ends with Homer returning to the plant, to his station, to his regular life. The jobs are detours. The plant is home. Homer's relationship with Mr. Burns, the man who owns the plant, the man who employs him, the man who has, in various ways and to various degrees, shaped the world. Homer inhabits is one of the show's most durable comic relationships. Burns cannot reliably remember Homer's name, despite Homer having worked for him for decades. He calls him by a rotating list of incorrect names, Simpson, usually, but when he's trying to place him, he reaches for names from across the alphabet without landing on the right one. This failure of recognition has a comedic function, but it also captures something real about the power dynamics between the very rich and the very ordinary. Homer is invisible to Burns in the way that ordinary people are invisible to extraordinary wealth. He is a unit of labor, not a person. And yet the show has given us episodes in which Burns and Homer develop something approximating warmth. Burns took Homer golfing once and enjoyed it, in his own cold, complicated way. Homer saved Burns's life on at least 2 occasions. Their interactions are characterized by the gap between their stations, but the show is interested in what happens when that gap occasionally and improbably closes, when a moment of genuine connection occurs between a man from the very bottom of the plant's hierarchy and the man at its absolute top. Homer at his best is someone you want to know. He is fully present in the moment, physically joyful, capable of genuine wonder at ordinary things. He is the kind of man who can be moved to tears by a song on the radio, who will eat something with so much pleasure that it becomes theatrical, who will laugh at something long after everyone else has stopped, because the joke has taken root in him and keeps flowering. He is not a good employee, or a reliable person, or a competent adult by any objective measure. But he is a full human being, and the show has never lost sight of that. Homer J. Simpson, safety inspector, husband, father, the star of more television episodes than almost any other fictional character in history. Not growing old. Not accumulating wisdom in the conventional sense. Just showing up, season after season, year after year, reaching for the next donut with the contentment of a man who has never stopped being surprised by how good donuts are. Section 4. Marge, Lisa, and Bart, the rest of the family. Every family has its architecture. Not just the physical architecture of the house they live in, but the emotional one, who talks to whom about what, who mediates between whom, who holds the weight that nobody acknowledges is being held. The Simpson family has one of the most carefully constructed emotional architectures in television history, and it's built across 3 characters who are, in many ways, Homer's opposite. Marge, who makes everything possible, Lisa, who makes everything meaningful, and Bart, who makes everything interesting. Start with Marge. Marge Bouvier Simpson was born in Springfield, the middle child of 3 daughters. Her father, Clancy Bouvier, worked for an airline, though in various episodes this was presented differently. and the show's floating continuity means that her precise biography shifted over time. Her mother, Jacqueline Bouvier, is a figure of quiet judgment, a woman of strong opinions about how a life should be lived, who loves her daughter but expresses that love in the specific language of standards and expectations. Marge grew up in a household where ambition was measured in terms of the life you built for your family, and she brought that inheritance to her own household on Evergreen Terrace. Marge's hair is blue and towers approximately 2 feet above her head. The show has never provided a definitive explanation for the hair. It is simply what her hair does. The tower is maintained without apparent effort or product and has never changed in height or shape across the entire run of the series. It was one of Groening's original character sketches come to life, a visual joke about the late 1950s and 1960s beehive hairstyles of the previous generation, but it became something more iconic than any historical reference. The hair is Marge. It is an external expression of her interior life, structured, extraordinary, quietly implausible, maintained through circumstances that would topple lesser structures. Marge is the most difficult member of the Simpson family to write for, and this is precisely because she is the most complicated. She is consistently good, consistently patient, consistently the moral and emotional anchor of the household, and making those qualities interesting over hundreds of episodes without making her a saint or a doormat is a challenge that the show handled with varying degrees of success across its run. In the Golden Age, Marge was handled with great care. The best episodes gave her something to push against, an ambition, a desire, a frustration that the ordinary routine of her life didn't accommodate. In Marge Gets a Job, she goes to work at the power plant to help pay for foundation repairs on their house. In A Streetcar Named Marge, she joins a local theater production and discovers, in front of an audience, a version of herself that the domestic routine doesn't have room for. In Marge on the Lam, she makes an unexpected friend, a woman named Ruth Powers who has recently left her husband and has a small but important adventure a night out, free of the weight of family before things spiral. These episodes worked because they took seriously the specific limitation of Marge's life. She is talented. She is intelligent, more intelligent than her circumstances require her to be. She is a good mother and a good wife and a good community member, and all of those things are genuine sources of meaning for her, but they are not the whole of what she is. The show, at its best, honored that complexity. It showed the room inside Marge that was not occupied by Homer or the children, and it treated that room as something real and important. Marge's relationship with Homer is founded on a specific bet. She bet, at some point in the past of their relationship, that Homer's fundamental goodness was worth the freight of his flaws. The show makes this bet visible again and again, the episodes in which the bet seems on the verge of losing, in which Marge looks at her life with clear eyes and wonders if she made the right choice, and then arrives at the conclusion that she did. Not because Homer becomes a different person, but because the Homer she chose, chaotic and affectionate and genuinely incapable of sustained cruelty, is the one she would choose again. There's an episode in Season 2, Life on the Fast Lane, in which Marge receives a bowling ball from Homer for her birthday. The ball has his name on it. It is, transparently, a gift for Homer, not Marge. In a fit of contrariness, Marge decides to take bowling lessons with it, and at the bowling alley she meets a man named Jacques, who begins to pursue her with all the practiced, smooth confidence of a man who does this regularly. Marge is flattered. More than flattered. She genuinely considers it. The episode plays the tension straight, not for laughs. It takes seriously the possibility that Marge's marriage might not be enough for her. And then, at the end, she makes her choice and goes to Homer at the plant, and the image of her walking through the doors is scored and shot like the climax of a romantic film, because for Marge it is. Lisa Marie Simpson is the show's most idealistic character, and idealism in a show about Springfield is both a gift and a wound. Lisa is 8 years old. She has been 8 years old since 1989. She plays the saxophone, which she picked up somewhere in the background of the family's life, and she plays it well, not perfectly, but with the specific quality of someone who has found a way to express things that the language available to a child doesn't accommodate. The saxophone is Lisa's interior life, made audible. Lisa's intelligence is a constant. From the earliest episodes, she is established as someone whose mind works faster and with more precision than almost anyone around her. She reads adult books, writes essays that her teachers can't evaluate fairly, asks questions that expose the gaps in the civic and institutional fabric of Springfield. She is the character most likely to notice that something is wrong with the environment, with the school system, with the way power operates in her town, and the character least equipped to do anything about it because she is 8 years old. The loneliness that comes with Lisa's intelligence is one of the show's most persistently honest subjects. She is surrounded by people who love her but can rarely understand what she's talking about. Her father is incapable of following her arguments. Her brother finds her tiresome. The children at school are ordinary in the ways that ordinary children are, and Lisa's extraordinariness puts a wall between her and the social world she's supposed to be learning to navigate. She is always slightly outside, always pressed against the glass of a connection she can see but not quite reach. Lisa has an episode, Lisa versus Malibu Stacy, in which she discovers that the doll she's loved since childhood has been updated to say things that she finds retrograde and demeaning to girls. She campaigns against it. She enlists the help of the woman who originally designed the doll. They create a new doll, Lisa Lionheart, that says things Lisa would want a doll to say. And then the Malibu Stacy company releases a slightly updated version of their old doll, a new hat, and every child in Springfield forgets Lisa Lionheart entirely. The episode ends with Lisa noting, quietly, that the Lisa Lionheart doll inspired at least one little girl, and that maybe that's enough. It's a gutting ending. Not because it's tragic, it isn't, precisely, but because it's the truth of what it means to be the kind of person Lisa is in the kind of world Springfield is. The structural forces are too large and too deeply rooted to be overturned by one little girl with the right idea. The best you can do is reach one person. The best you can do is enough, but only barely. Lisa became a vegetarian in season 7, in an episode called Lisa the Vegetarian. She refuses to eat a lamb chop at a family barbecue after bonding with a lamb at a petting zoo. Homer is confused and frustrated. The family dynamic adjusts around her new choice. The episode was notable at the time for being one of the first in which a character made a permanent lifestyle change that was then maintained. Lisa has been a vegetarian in every subsequent episode, a consistency that was unusual for a show operating on a floating timeline. She later converted to Buddhism in a season 13 episode, again maintaining the change through subsequent episodes. These markers of change in Lisa's character, the saxophone, the vegetarianism, the Buddhism, give her an arc that the rest of the family doesn't quite have. She is, in small ways, becoming someone. The something she's becoming is visible if you watch over time, even though the timeline prevents it from accumulating the way it would in a realistic series. Lisa's relationship with her father is the emotional counterweight to her frustration with the world around her. Homer doesn't understand her, but he understands her. He knows that she needs to be taken seriously. He knows that her feelings are real and large and deserving of respect, even when he can't follow the reasoning behind them. In Lisa's wedding, the flash-forward episode, the moment where Lisa goes to say goodbye to her father and he hands her something he's been keeping for her, is one of the show's most purely moving scenes. It captures the specific quality of a relationship between a parent and a child across a vast intelligence gap, the love that doesn't require understanding to function, the pride that is felt even when the object of the pride is entirely incomprehensible. Bart Simpson arrived on the world stage in 1989 as a cultural lightning rod. He was on t-shirts and notebook covers and lunchboxes. His catchphrases, "I, caramba, don't have a cow, man, eat my shorts," were everywhere. He was, briefly, the most famous animated character in the world, the symbol of a new attitude in children's entertainment that was less sanitized, less instructive, more interested in the authentic chaos of being a kid. Bart is 10 years old. He has been 10 years old since 1989. He is in the 4th grade at Springfield Elementary, where he is presided over by Principal Skinner, a man with a complicated backstory the show would eventually explore, and taught primarily by Mrs. Edna Krabappel, who started the series as an adversary and became, over time, one of the show's most sympathetic characters, a woman who entered teaching with ideals and has been slowly worn down by the reality of her circumstances, who keeps showing up anyway, who occasionally manages genuine connection with her most difficult student. Bart's relationship with school is one of the show's most consistently deployed comedic engines. He is a bad student by every conventional measure. He fails tests, forgets assignments, disrupts class, and is fundamentally uninterested in the curriculum. But he is not stupid, and the show has always known this. Bart is intelligent in the ways that the school system doesn't measure or reward. He's clever, adaptive, strategically brilliant when it comes to avoiding consequences or constructing elaborate plans, a natural leader who can organize other children toward almost any goal. The gap between Bart's visible performance failing student and his actual capacity is the show's most persistent observation about educational systems and their limitations. Schools measure particular kinds of intelligence in particular kinds of ways, and children who don't fit the mold get the signal that they're not smart. Bart has internalized that signal. He has accepted the identity of the bad student, the troublemaker, the class clown, but underneath it is something more interesting, something the show keeps revealing in moments when Bart drops the performance and is simply himself. Bart's relationship with Sideshow Bob is one of the show's great ongoing stories. Bob, real name Robert Underdunk Terwilliger Jr., voiced with magnificent theatrical relish by Kelsey Grammer, was originally the sidekick on a children's television program hosted by a clown named Krusty. In the episode Krusty Gets Busted, Bob frames Krusty for armed robbery and is briefly successful, taking over the show himself and trying to improve it. Bart exposes him, and Bob is sent to prison. He returns in multiple subsequent episodes, always trying to kill Bart, always failing through some combination of bad luck and his own weaknesses, his vanity, his intellectual superiority complex, his inability to resist a captive audience. The Sideshow Bob episodes became a miniature genre within the show, a cat and mouse series that drew on thriller and horror conventions while being fundamentally comedic. Grammer's performance was always the anchor, his Bob swinging between genuine menace and operatic self-importance with perfect comic timing. The rake scene in Cape Fear, Bob stepping on rake after rake in a sequence that continues long past any reasonable comedic endpoint and becomes funny again purely through duration, is one of the show's most analyzed bits of pure comedy construction. Bart's friendship with Milhouse Van Houten is the show's gentlest and most honest portrait of childhood friendship. Milhouse is Bart's best friend, in the way that best friends are chosen in childhood, not through great compatibility or deep affinity, but through proximity and habit, and the particular comfort of someone who has been there since. Before you formed opinions about people, Milhouse adores Bart with a slightly desperate energy. He would do almost anything Bart asked. He is not particularly funny or brave or exceptional by any measure, but he is loyal. And in the world of Springfield Elementary, loyalty is what Bart has learned to value. The three Simpson children together form a complete portrait of childhood's emotional range. Bart is the chaos of it, the energy, the refusal to be contained. Lisa is the meaning-seeking, the hunger for something larger, the loneliness of being too much for the space available. And Maggie is the watching the presence that takes everything in without yet having the language to respond. The family on the couch, Homer and Marge at the ends, Bart and Lisa in the middle, Maggie between them. The couch that appears in every opening title sequence that the family races to from whatever they're doing to sit down and watch television together. The couch that becomes a symbol, across the entire run of the show, of the thing the show is ultimately about, the fact that the family keeps coming back. However chaotic the episode, however far Homer drives off a cliff, or Bart gets into trouble, or Lisa's idealism collides with the wall of the world by the end, they're on the couch, together, watching the same screen, exactly where they should be. Section 5, Springfield, the town and its people. A television show lives or dies on its world. The central characters are the story, but the world is the weather, the thing that shapes everything that happens inside it, that gives the story its texture and meaning, and the feeling of existence beyond what the camera shows directly. The world of The Simpsons is Springfield, and Springfield is one of the most fully realized fictional places in the history of American storytelling. It has a nuclear power plant that dominates its skyline, a tire fire that has been burning on the edge of town for years, a gorge that Bart has attempted to jump on multiple occasions, a harbor, a quarry, a mall, a monorail line, an elementary school, a high school, a university, 2 hospitals, a prison, a zoo, a stadium, an airport, and a main street lined with the businesses that constitute the ordinary commerce of small-town American life. It has a newspaper, the Springfield Shopper, A television station, Channel 6, home to Kent Brockman's news broadcasts and the Krusty the Clown Show. A church, a bowling alley, a bar, and a Quickie Mart. Quickie Mart is where Apu Nahasapima Petalon works. Apu was, for most of the show's run, one of its most prominent supporting characters, the Indian-American convenience store owner who worked 23 hours a day and maintained, through sheer endurance, a cheerful engagement with every person who walked through his door. His education was in computer science. He has a PhD from the Calcutta Technical Institute, a detail that was used to complicate the surface comedy of his character and to make the point that the life he was living was not the one his education had prepared him for. Apu became a subject of significant critical attention. In the late 2010s, when questions about his portrayal, a non-Indian voice actor, voicing an Indian character with an exaggerated accent, became part of a broader cultural conversation about representation in animation. The show responded to this pressure over subsequent seasons, reducing Apu's role substantially. It was a complex situation that the show handled awkwardly, and it raised real questions about the choices the writers had made 20 years earlier. The character was a product of a different cultural moment, and the collision between that moment and the present was difficult to manage. Mo Sislak and his tavern are one of Springfield's great inventions. Mo's Tavern is a dive bar of magnificent specificity, dim, slightly sticky, smelling of things that don't bear examining, populated by a rotating cast of Springfield's working-class men seeking the comfort of alcohol and company. Mo himself is a study in long-form disappointment. He tends his bar with the grim dedication of a man who has given up on a better life, but not yet on life itself. His phone receives Bart's prank calls with a resigned fury that eventually became one of the show's most beloved recurring beats. His crushes and romantic failures have been revisited across many episodes. His capacity for genuine friendship, underneath the cynicism, has been established again and again. Mo's friends are Homer's friends. Lenny Leonard and Carl Carlson, co-workers at the plant, fixtures of Homer's social life, a double act that the show uses with enormous warmth. Lenny and Carl are inseparable in the way that people who have spent decades in the same workplace can become their friendship is so thoroughly established that it has its own grammar, its own shorthand, its own particular way of absorbing whatever chaos Homer brings into it. The show has played with the nature of their relationship across many episodes, and one of the sweet, quiet jokes of the later seasons is that Lenny and Carl are, in all the ways that matter, each other's person. Barney Gumble is Homer's oldest friend and Springfield's most committed alcoholic. In the early seasons, Barney was straightforwardly played as a drunk, stumbling, belching, perpetually bleary, present at Moe's with the consistency of furniture. As the show matured, it gave Barney more. In one episode, Barney quit drinking and revealed himself to be a filmmaker of genuine talent, making a documentary that moved everyone who saw it. The sobriety didn't last, and Barney eventually drifted back to his familiar position at the bar, but the episode had established something that inside Barney's extended decline was a person who had made choices that brought him there and who contained, like everyone in Springfield, more than the surface suggested. The Flanders household is the most consistent counterpoint to the Simpsons in the show's geography. Ned Flanders, Ned Diddly Doodly, Oakley Dokley, the exclamations that became as recognizable as anything in the show, lives next door with his sons Rod and Todd, quiet, obedient, impossibly well-behaved boys who are the opposite of Bart in almost every possible way. Ned is the show's portrait of sincere, devout, evangelical Christian American life, drawn with enormous affection and genuine complexity. The Flanders family has a lot of money. This is established through Ned's possession of a fully stocked storm shelter, a state-of-the-art video library, a rumpus room, and various other indicators that his business, the Leftorium, a store that sells products for left-handed people, has been considerably more profitable than Springfield's demographics would suggest. Ned is generous with his resources, lending things to Homer with a patience that borders on pathological, receiving his possessions back in various states of damage without apparent resentment. Ned's psychological construction, the cheerful exterior maintained over a profound and carefully suppressed interior, was revealed most directly in the Season 9 episode that divided fans so strongly. Hurricane Nettie showed what happened when the exterior gave way, when the conditioning broke down, and when the Ned underneath the niceness appeared. That Ned was wounded in ways that made the cheerfulness retroactively complicated. The Oakley Dokley was a performance. Not dishonest, but learned, and the thing it was covering was real. Principal Seymour Skinner is one of the show's most richly rendered characters over its full run. His dynamic with Bart is the show's classic teacher-student adversarial relationship, played at full comedic volume, but Skinner is given enough depth beyond the adversarial role to be genuinely interesting. He lives with his mother Agnes, a woman of spectacular and consistent displeasure, a mother so domineering that she has shaped her son into a specific kind of arrested adult capable, responsible, dutiful, and fundamentally unable to escape the gravitational pull of her judgment. Agnes Skinner is one of the show's great minor characters, a single-note instrument played with perfect pitch. Her opinions are always terrible, always stated with complete conviction, always designed to diminish the nearest available target. Her relationship with her son is a portrait of a particular kind of maternal damage, the kind that is administered through love rather than cruelty, which makes it harder to name and harder to escape. Krusty the Clown, born Herschel Schmoikel Pinhas Yeruchim Krustofsky, is Springfield's most beloved entertainer and one of the show's most unexpectedly complex characters. Krusty's show is cheap, cynical, and entirely built on merchandise. He endorses products without testing them, licenses his face to things he doesn't understand, exploits the affection children have for him with a thoroughness that is genuinely unsettling when examined closely. Behind the oversized shoes and the grease paint is a man deeply alienated from his own success, with a complicated relationship with his father, a rabbi played across multiple episodes with enormous warmth by Jackie Mason, a series of personal failures, and a quality of performed happiness that masks something much more conflicted. Bart's love for Krusty is one of the show's most honest portraits of the relationship between children and the media figures who shape their worlds. Krusty has let Bart down repeatedly, has been exposed as a fraud, has failed, has done things that any reasonable adult would cite as reasons to withdraw admiration. Bart's admiration persists. This is how it works with children and their heroes. The bond forms before the complications arrive, and the complications don't fully break it. Krusty is not worthy of the devotion Bart gives him, but the devotion is given anyway, and the show treats that as simply true rather than as something to be corrected. Doctor. Nick Riviera is Springfield's most dangerous medical professional, the doctor who charges less because he operates without the constraints of extensive medical knowledge. "Hi, everybody," has become one of his most quoted lines. He is the show's satire of the lower end of the medical marketplace, the corner of healthcare where price and quality compete for priority. He has delivered babies, performed surgeries, and provided medical opinions with the breezy confidence of someone who genuinely doesn't know how much he doesn't know. Doctor. Julius Hibbert is Springfield's competent doctor, Krusty's long-lost brother, and the man who provides most of the Simpson family's legitimate medical care. His constant chuckling responding to almost every piece of news, including the grim ones, with a bemused laugh is the show's joke about the bedside manner as a coping mechanism, about the professional distance that medical professionals maintain as a way of functioning inside situations that would otherwise be unbearable. The Springfield Police Department, led by Chief Clancy Wiggum, is one of the show's most sustained satirical targets. Wiggum is incompetent in the way that all institutions drift toward incompetence when accountability is absent, not maliciously incompetent, not deliberately obstructionist, but cheerfully incapable, a man who has found the level he's comfortable at and settled there. His department follows his example. Crimes go unsolved not through conspiracy but through the collective failure of a system that doesn't reward doing things properly. Wiggum loves donuts, loves his son Ralph, loves his wife in his limited way, and navigates his professional responsibilities with the serene confidence of a man who has never had high standards for himself. Ralph Wiggum, the chief's son, is one of the show's great comedic creations, a child of absolute innocence, operating in a relationship with reality that is his own. His non-sequiturs are legendary. "I bent my Wookiee. My cat's breath smells like cat food. I'm a helper." Ralph's internal life is a complete mystery, which is what makes him so funny. He is not stupid exactly, he is simply somewhere else, attending to a reality that doesn't quite overlap with the one everyone around him inhabits. He has moments of devastating emotional honesty, particularly in the Valentine's Day episode where he shows genuine feeling for Lisa, And the show uses those moments to remind you that under the comedy of his strangeness is a real small person with a heart that works. Springfield is a town full of people who are this way, people who contain more than their comedic function, who are capable of being seen from an angle that reveals something true and human beneath the joke. The show built this world over 36 seasons with the patience and accumulative attention of a novelist, and the result is a place with as much depth and detail as any fictional world created in any medium. You could spend a long time in Springfield and not run out of things to notice. Section 6. The Writer's Room, the genius behind the curtain. There is no understanding The Simpsons without understanding its writer's room. The writer's room is where the show was made, not in the recording booth, not in the animation studio in South Korea where the physical drawings were produced, not in the editing suite where the final cut was assembled. In the room where a group of people sat around a table and argued about what Homer would say next. The Simpsons has always hired exceptionally well-educated writers, and this is not coincidental. The show's particular brand of comedy, dense, referential, layered, capable of operating on multiple levels simultaneously, requires writers who have consumed enormous amounts of culture and can draw on it instantly. The Harvard connection has been the most famous aspect of the writer's room's intellectual character. The show has employed an extraordinary number of writers who graduated from Harvard, many of whom wrote for the Harvard Lampoon, the college's humor magazine, before arriving in Hollywood. Conan O'Brien wrote for the show in its third and fourth seasons, contributing some of the most beloved episodes in the show's history. Marge vs. The Monorail, Homer Goes to College, New Kid on the Block. O'Brien was 25 when he started at The Simpsons. Having graduated from Harvard in 1985, he left to become the host of Late Night in 1993 and became one of the most successful television hosts of his generation. But his 2 seasons on The Simpsons represent some of the best work done in that room. Greg Daniels, another Harvard graduate, wrote what is widely regarded as one of the 10 best Simpsons episodes, Homer's Triple Bypass, a Season 4 episode dealing with Homer's heart surgery that managed to be both genuinely funny and genuinely moving about mortality and medical anxiety. Daniels went on to adapt The Office for American television with Steve Carell, and then to create Parks and Recreation with Michael Schur, 2 of the most important American comedies of the 2000s and 2010s. His time in The Simpsons writer's room was formative for him and, arguably, for the next generation of American television comedy. George Meyer is the writer whose name comes up most often when people who worked on the show try to explain what made it special. Meyer is not famous in the way that O'Brien became famous, but within the world of comedy writing, he is regarded with something approaching reverence. His contributions to the show were enormous, not just in the episodes credited to him, but in the room, in the culture of the writer's room, in the way he pushed jokes further and harder than they needed to go. He was known for a practice of writing hundreds of additional joke options for any given line, far more than would ever be used, just to find the one that was truly unexpected. The standard Simpsons joke is good. The George Meyer version of the same joke is the one you quote 30 years later. John Vitti was another early and crucial contributor, staying with the show across its golden age and contributing to many of its defining episodes. Al Jean and Mike Reiss, who ran the show as showrunners during seasons 3 and 4, shaped the sensibility that made those seasons so remarkable. Jean would return as showrunner in season 13 and has held the position ever since, a remarkable tenure that has kept a single, consistent sensibility at the helm of the show through its long later period. The process of making an episode of The Simpsons begins with the writer's room, which operates through something like organized chaos. Writers pitch stories, usually in the form of very simple premises. Homer does this, Bart does that. The room responds to the pitch, asking questions about it, finding the problems with it, looking for the angles that make it more interesting. Premises that survive this process become outlines, and outlines become scripts, and scripts become the focus of extended table reads, where the room goes through every line and improves it. Then the script goes to the producers, who make notes. Then it goes back into the room. By the time an episode of The Simpsons reaches the recording booth, it has been through more passes of revision than almost any other form of television comedy. The table read is legendary. Actors come in, the full script is read aloud. Nothing is sacred at this stage. Jokes that don't work get cut, even if they were funny on the page. Timing issues get identified. New ideas emerge from the performance. It is a collaborative process that keeps the material from calcifying, that keeps the show responsive to what is actually funny rather than what was theoretically funny when it was written. The voice recording sessions were famously conducted with all the cast members in the same room in the early years, which is unusual for animation. Most animated shows have actors record their lines separately, and the performances are assembled in post-production. The Simpsons preferred to have everyone together because the performances fed each other, because Dan Castellaneta and Julie Kavner in the same room produced a Homer and Marge dynamic that couldn't be reproduced in isolation. This changed as the years went on and schedules made it more difficult to coordinate, but the early sessions established the vocal relationships that the show still draws on. The animation process itself was long and complex. After the recording was complete, the animators at Film Roman in California would produce the rough animation, and the ink and paint work would be done by ACOM in South Korea. The process took roughly 6 to 9 months from script to finished episode, which meant that the show was always working multiple episodes simultaneously at different stages of production. This is why continuity in The Simpsons can be inconsistent. Different episodes were often being written, recorded, and animated at the same time, with different teams working on them. The show's visual style was established through the animation of Wes Archer, David Silverman, and Rich Moore in the early season's directors who brought a physical expressiveness to the characters that was different from the flat, economical style of cheaper animated shows of the era. Homer's face in the Golden Age episodes has a rubbery quality, capable of enormous distortion in response to emotion, that added comedic value to the vocal performance. The background art developed a particular quality of color, the yellow skin, the powder blue of Marge's dress, the specific oranges and purples of Springfield sunsets that became the show's visual signature. Music was handled by Alf Clausen, who served as the show's musical director for 27 years. Clausen scored each episode with a live orchestra, which was extraordinarily unusual for a primetime animated show and was a direct result of James L. Brooks's insistence on production quality. The music was not generic animated show music, it was responsive to the specific emotional content of each scene, drawing on an enormous range of genres and references, and it contributed more to the show's emotional impact than is usually acknowledged. The theme, composed by Danny Elfman, has become one of the most recognizable pieces of music in the world. The writer's room has also been the source of some of the show's most interesting self-reflexive comedy. The Simpsons has always been aware of itself as a television show, aware of the conventions it operates within and of the audience watching it. This awareness produced a particular kind of meta-humor that was unusual in 1990s television and has since become common across the medium. Homer breaking the fourth wall, not explicitly, but through his choices and responses, in ways that acknowledge the artificiality of the situation. The show referring to its own premise, to its own history, to its own conventions. The writer's room also made the show politically and socially engaged in ways that were not always comfortable for its network. Fox as a network was a commercial enterprise, and The Simpsons was one of its most valuable properties, which meant that there was always some tension between what the show wanted to say and what the network was comfortable with. The show navigated this tension with varying degrees of success, but the consistency of its satirical target, the corporation, the institution, the powerful person using their power carelessly, was maintained throughout. The Simpsons wrote about nuclear power before it was fashionable. It wrote about environmental degradation, corporate malfeasance, political corruption, media manipulation, religious hypocrisy, educational failure, healthcare inequality, and the specific ways that ordinary people are failed by the systems designed to serve them. It wrote about all of this inside comedy, which is both the most honest and the most deniable register for social criticism. Comedy says and unsays simultaneously. It makes the point, and then retreats behind the joke, leaving the audience to decide how seriously to take what they heard. The writer's room at its peak was one of the most creative environments in the history of American television. The people in it were working at a level of sustained excellence that is difficult to maintain under any circumstances, let alone across the commercial pressures and scheduling demands of primetime television. The golden age of The Simpsons is, in part, a record of what happens when the right people are in the right room at the right time, working on material that genuinely matters to them, competing with each other to make every line as good as it can possibly be. That room changed over time. People left, new people came in, the culture of the room shifted. The show adapted, or tried to adapt. But the foundation that was laid in that first extraordinary decade of writing the foundation of character, of world building, of comedic and emotional ambition held. It still holds. The show that exists today is made possible by what was built in those rooms in the early 1990s, by those Harvard writers and their collective appetite for the perfectly tuned joke, the unexpected emotional beat, the moment where comedy and truth arrived at exactly the same destination. Section 7. The Simpsons versus America Satire and Society. The Simpsons is a comedy show. It has been a comedy show for 36 years, but underneath the comedy informing it, shaping it, giving it the specific quality that separates it from other comedy shows, is a sustained act of social criticism. The Simpsons has been commenting on America for longer than most of its current audience has been alive, and it has done so with a consistency of perspective that is unusual in any artistic form and extraordinary in commercial television. The show's satirical targets are consistent across its run. Corporate power, represented most directly by Mr. Burns and the power plant, but showing up in every episode that involves a large institution behaving badly. Media manipulation, represented by Kent Brockman's news broadcasts, by Krusty the Clown's cynical commercialism, by the various media figures who pass through Springfield and shape the town's reality. Political corruption, represented by Mayor Quimby, whose entire existence is a gentle parody of the Kennedy political dynasty, the accent, the affairs, the combination of genuine civic ambition and personal venality, religious hypocrisy, educational failure, the specific ways that working-class Americans are failed by an economic system that exploits their labor while limiting their opportunities. Homer's job at the nuclear power plant is not a random choice of profession. Nuclear power in the American imagination in the late 1980s carried a specific set of associations. 3 Mile Island had happened in 1979, Chernobyl in 1986. The nuclear plant was the show's most compressed symbol of institutional recklessness, of the gap between the rhetoric of safety and the reality of how safety is actually managed when it conflicts with profit. Homer as safety inspector is the punchline of a joke about regulatory capture, about the ways that oversight mechanisms can be hollowed out while maintaining the appearance of function. Burns is the show's portrait of American wealth at its most unmediated. He is old money taken to an extreme, old enough to have personal memories of the Gilded Age, old enough to have been formed by a conception of power that predates democracy as it currently exists. He sees the town around him not as a community of people but as a resource base. He manages his workers not with cruelty exactly, but with a complete absence of consideration for them as human beings. He exists in a world where other people's suffering is simply not part of his perceptual field. This is the show's most precise observation about a certain kind of wealth, not that the wealthy are cruel, but that they are genuinely incapable of registering the experience of people with less power. The media satire is sharper and, if anything, more relevant now than when it was first produced. Kent Brockman, Channel 6's news anchor, is a portrait of broadcast journalism as performance rather than public service. Brockman has no particular investment in the truth of what he reports. He has enormous investment in the drama of it, in the presentation, in looking appropriately grave or appropriately cheerful depending on what the story requires. His most famous moment, a speech during a perceived alien invasion, in which he welcomes the insect overlords and immediately offers to collaborate with them, is the show's most concentrated joke about television. Journalism's fundamental orientation toward power. The education satire runs through every episode set at Springfield Elementary. The school is underfunded, understaffed, and managed by an administration that is primarily interested in maintaining appearances rather than producing educated children. Principal Skinner navigates the gap between what the school should be and what it is with the desperate pragmatism of a man who has given up on the former and is focused entirely on managing the latter. Mrs. Krabappel teaches with a combination of genuine care and genuine despair that is recognizable to anyone who has spent time in an underfunded public school. The show's treatment of religion is one of its most carefully balanced acts. Springfield has a church. The family goes to it. Ned Flanders is devout. Reverend Lovejoy is the pastor, a man who entered the ministry with enthusiasm and has had it slowly drained by decades of Ned Flanders' phone calls about minor theological anxieties. The show treats Christian faith as real, not as something to be mocked, but as something that people actually have, that shapes their lives and behavior, that is as human and complicated and sometimes contradictory as everything else about them. Homer's relationship with God is one of the show's great running threads. God appears in The Simpsons physically, directly, speaking to Homer in ways that the show treats as factually occurring. This is not parody. It is the show's acknowledgement that in the world of Springfield, the religious claims that people make about reality are simply true. God exists. He is not particularly interested in the details of human behavior. He has a full face where other Springfield characters have no chin, which is one of the show's quiet jokes. God alone among the people Homer encounters has complete facial anatomy. The political satire goes beyond Mayor Quimby's Kennedy impression. The show has engaged with every major political development in American life since 1989. The Gulf War, the culture wars of the 1990s, the Clinton years, the 2000 election, the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, the Obama years, the Trump era, the pandemic. It has done so with varying degrees of subtlety and success, but the engagement has been consistent. Springfield has always been a lens through which American political life can be refracted and examined. The episode Sideshow Bob Roberts from Season 6 is one of the show's most direct pieces of political satire. Sideshow Bob runs for mayor of Springfield on a conservative platform, exploiting a radio show host's support and ultimately winning through voter fraud, the dead voting, fraudulent registrations. Bob's political campaign is a precis of the tactics the show was observing in American politics in the mid-1990s, and the fact that he wins, at least temporarily, before the fraud is uncovered, is the episode's uncomfortable joke about the relationship between political success and ethical behavior. The show's approach to American consumerism has always been dual. It satirizes consumerism constantly, the way people are manipulated by advertising, the way brand loyalty substitutes for identity, the way the economy generates desires faster than it satisfies them. But it also participates in consumerism enormously. Simpsons merchandise was a multi-billion-dollar enterprise in the early 1990s. The show was, simultaneously, commenting on the commercial manipulation of culture and being one of its most commercially manipulated artifacts. This contradiction is never fully resolved, and the show has occasionally acknowledged it, with varying degrees of comfort. Lisa is the show's clearest voice of social criticism, the character most consistently aligned with the show's own values as a satirical enterprise. Her vegetarianism, her environmentalism, her feminism, her Buddhist practice, her general impulse toward improving the world she lives in, these are presented sympathetically as the positions of a reasonable, thoughtful person. But the show is careful, at the same time, not to give Lisa easy victories. The world she is trying to improve resists improvement. Her campaigns fail more often than they succeed. Her arguments are heard and then forgotten. This is the show's honest assessment of the relationship between individual conscience and institutional change. The conscience is real and admirable, and the institutions are extremely difficult to move. The Simpsons arrived in American culture at a specific historical moment, and it grew up alongside that culture, commenting on it in real time for 3.5 decades. It has seen the country through the end of the Cold War, through technological revolution, through cultural polarization, through economic crisis, through a global pandemic. Its satirical eye has adapted to each new reality while maintaining the consistency of its core perspective, that American institutions tend to fail the people they are supposed to serve, that powerful people tend to prioritize their own interests over everyone else's, and that ordinary people are both more resilient and more susceptible than they realize. The show's greatest achievement as satire may simply be its persistence. The joke that The Simpsons makes about America is not a quick joke, told once and then moved past. It is a slow joke, built over decades, told through the accumulation of hundreds of episodes, each one adding to the portrait of a society that keeps making the same mistakes while expecting different outcomes. Springfield is America. America is Springfield. The yellow skin and the 4 fingers are just the costume. Section 8. The later seasons changing with the times. Every long-running show has a point at which the discussion of its quality changes tenor. For The Simpsons, that conversation began roughly around Season 9 and has never entirely stopped. The question of when The Simpsons peaked, of when it crossed from greatness into something else, has been debated on forums and podcasts and in academic papers, with an intensity that reflects how deeply people cared about the show in its prime. The answer is not simple, because the show didn't fail. It changed. The change was real and significant, and fans who had grown up with the Golden Age episodes were right to notice it. But characterizing the change as failure misses something important about what the show was doing in its later period and what it became. Season 9 began in the fall of 1997. The Principal and the Pauper episode, in which Principal Skinner is revealed to be an imposter named Armin Tamzarian, aired early in that season and became the flashpoint for a conversation about the show's relationship to its own continuity and its own characters. Harry Shearer, who voiced Skinner, expressed his frustration with the episode publicly. Critics and fans were harsh. The episode was ranked among the show's worst by numerous polls. But the show continued. It kept producing episodes. Some of them were very good, some of them were not. The density of brilliant comedy in any given episode became somewhat less reliable. The emotional beats were sometimes handled with less precision than the Golden Age at its best had managed. The plots became more absurd, the premise further from the realistic domestic grounding of the early seasons. These changes reflected real developments in the show's production circumstances. Key writers had left. The pressure of sustaining a hit show for nearly a decade was producing different dynamics in the writers' room. The cultural moment had shifted. The early 1990s, anxiety that had given the show its satirical edge had given way to the relative comfort of the Clinton boom years, and then to the more complex anxieties of the post-September 11 era, which were harder to process through the specific register the Simpsons had developed. Seasons 9 and 10 were transitional. They contained episodes that felt disorienting in the context of the show's best work episodes, where the logic of character felt sacrificed for a premise, where Homer's behavior exceeded what even his established stupidity could justify, where the emotional coherence that held the Golden Age episodes together was absent. The internet, which was maturing precisely as this transition was occurring, became the forum for an increasingly organized conversation about the show's decline. The term Flanderization entered the critical vocabulary, the process by which a character's most distinctive traits become exaggerated until they overwhelm everything else about the character. Ned Flanders, the origin of the term, was cited as an example, but so was Homer, whose stupidity had escalated across the seasons from comic to extreme. Season 10 through 12 are the seasons most associated with what fans call zombie Simpsons episodes that maintained the visual and structural form of the show without the substance that made the form meaningful. The critique is not entirely unfair, but it is not entirely fair either. These seasons contain episodes of genuine quality alongside episodes of genuine mediocrity. The Simpsons was not uniformly bad in this period. It was inconsistent in a way that it had not previously been. Part of what made the inconsistency more glaring was the standard against which it was being measured. The Golden Age episodes are genuinely among the best television comedy ever made. Holding subsequent seasons to that standard is understandable, but results in a judgment that few shows in history could survive. Most television shows, even beloved ones, don't sustain their peak. They have a best period and then a period of being themselves at a somewhat lower level, and the audience that experienced the best period finds the lower level hard to accept. Season 12 through 15 brought new showrunners and new writers, and with them some adjustment to the show's approach. The format began to incorporate more direct pop culture parody, more celebrity guest appearances, more high-concept premises that required the show to leave its Springfield-grounded logic further behind. Some of these episodes were genuinely inventive. Others felt like the show was chasing relevance by whatever means were available. The celebrity guest appearances, which had always been part of the show, became more prominent in the later seasons. In the Golden Age, celebrity guests were used with precision. An appearance by a major figure served a specific comic or emotional purpose in the episode, and the celebrity was either playing themselves in a way that commented on their public persona or contributing something that couldn't have been done without them. In later seasons, celebrity appearances sometimes felt more like marketing the name recognition of the guest as the point of the episode rather than what the guest brought to it. But the later seasons also brought genuine innovations that the Golden Age had not attempted. The show became more formally adventurous, more willing to experiment with the structure of an episode, to use the animated form in unexpected ways, to invite outside filmmakers and artists to work on segments or entire episodes in ways that challenge the show's established visual language. The Treehouse of Horror episodes, the Halloween anthology episodes that the show had been producing since the second season, continued to be a sandbox for formal experimentation. Each year, the show produced 3 short horror parody segments that were exempt from the show's continuity, which freed the writers to explore ideas and structures that the main episodes couldn't accommodate. The Treehouse of Horror episodes became, over the years, one of the most consistent areas of quality in the later show, a space where genuine creativity could happen because the stakes were lower and the freedom was greater. Seasons 16 through 20 brought the show into the era of high-definition production. The visual quality improved. The animation became smoother and more detailed. The character designs were slightly refined. And the show made one of its most significant structural changes: the introduction of a cold open before the title sequence, giving the show an additional minute or two of storytelling before the couch gag. This small change had a significant effect on episode structure, allowing stories to be set up more fully before the opening credits. Seasons 20 through 25 saw a gradual, critical rehabilitation of the show's reputation. The conversation about the decline was well established and would never entirely go away, but there was also a growing acknowledgement that the show was still doing interesting work, that it had adapted to its circumstances in ways that deserved recognition, and that the later seasons contained episodes of genuine quality that would have been celebrated in a different context. The show also began, in this period, to engage more explicitly with its own history. Characters referenced things that had happened in earlier episodes. Long-standing plotlines from the Golden Age were revisited. The show started to treat its own 30-year history as a resource rather than a burden, not always successfully, but the impulse was interesting. Al Jean's long tenure as showrunner gave the later seasons a consistency that the shows immediately following the Golden Age had lacked. Jean had been with the show since its earliest days and had a deep investment in its identity. His version of The Simpsons is not the Gold Age Simpsons, but it is its own coherent thing, a long-running show that has figured out how to keep going, how to find new angles on its characters, how to stay connected to the satirical project that defined its early work. The show in its later seasons has also been forced to engage with questions that weren't present in the early years. Questions about representation, about what it means to depict certain communities and cultures, about whether a show's older choices hold up under scrutiny. The Apu situation was one example. The show's approach to certain recurring characters was reconsidered. These conversations were not always comfortable, but they were the conversations that American culture was having in the 2010s, and a show that had always positioned itself as a commentary on American culture couldn't entirely avoid them. The later Simpsons is a different show from the early Simpsons. It is a show that has found a way to exist across 3.5 decades of American cultural change, adapting without fully reinventing itself, maintaining the structure and the world and the family while adjusting everything else to the requirements of the moment. That it has done this successfully enough to still be producing episodes watched by millions of people represents an achievement that is different from what the Golden Age achieved, but real nonetheless. Section 9. The Simpsons Movie and Beyond. On the 27th of July, 2007, 18 years after the show first aired, The Simpsons movie was released in theaters around the world. It had been anticipated for years. The idea of a Simpsons movie had been floated since the early 1990s. And the reasons for the delay were various: the difficulty of expanding a 22-minute format to feature length, the question of what story would justify a theatrical experience, the logistical complexity of getting the entire creative team to agree on a single vision. The process of writing the movie was extended and difficult. The script went through hundreds of drafts over a development period of several years. The writing team, 11 credited writers, an unusually large number for any single film, included many of the show's most important contributors from various periods. Al Jean was closely involved. Matt Groening and James L. Brooks were closely involved. The script was essentially written and rewritten continuously until very close to the production deadline. The result was a film that arrived with enormous expectations and, for most people, managed to meet them. The Simpsons movie has a quality that the late-period television episodes sometimes lack: the urgency of something that mattered, of a creative team working at capacity on a project they knew would be judged against the best work the franchise had ever produced. The premise: Homer, through an act of breathtaking environmental negligence, causes Springfield to be sealed under a massive glass dome by the EPA. The town turns on the Simpson family. Homer has to lead his family to safety, then find a way to save the town that has rejected him. Along the way, there is a real estate agent, a pig named Spider Pig, Bart's burgeoning friendship with Flanders, and a series of action set pieces that the small screen format had never been able to attempt. The movie was a financial success on a scale that exceeded even the optimistic projections. It grossed approximately $530 million worldwide against a production budget of $75 million. It was the highest-grossing traditionally animated film in history at the time of its release. Critically, it was received positively, with reviewers acknowledging that it had captured something of the show's golden age quality while expanding the scope appropriately for the theatrical format. Spider Pig became an immediate cultural phenomenon. The song Homer sings about his pig Spider Pig does whatever a spider pig does, was quoted everywhere within hours of the film's release. A reminder that The Simpsons' cultural reflex was still intact, that when the show produced something perfectly calibrated, it still landed with the force of the golden age. The film also contained what many fans regard as one of the most emotionally complete sequences the show or the film had ever produced. Homer's crisis of conscience, represented as a vision in which he encounters a shaman and confronts the essential question of his life, whether he is the man who keeps choosing his own pleasure over his family's needs, or whether he is capable of being the man the situation requires. The sequence is brief but genuinely moving, and it resolves in a way that feels earned, because the film has taken the time to make Homer's selfishness feel consequential rather than merely comedic. The movie answered a question that the later television seasons had left somewhat open, whether The Simpsons could still achieve the best version of itself when the circumstances demanded it. The answer was yes. The machine was still functional. The characters were still alive inside the performances and the writing in a way that could produce, under the right conditions, something as good as the show had ever been. After the movie, the show continued on Fox. The years that followed saw The Simpsons adapt to a rapidly changing television landscape. The emergence of cable as the dominant force in prestige television, the rise of streaming, the fragmentation of the audience across multiple platforms. Fox remained the show's broadcast home, and the show remained a fixture of Sunday night primetime, but the cultural context in which it existed had changed dramatically. The FXX network acquired the rights to stream and syndicate the show's entire back catalog in 2013 in a deal reported to be around $600 million, the largest cable syndication deal in television history at the time. The deal put every episode of The Simpsons in one place, in a way it had never been before, and the resulting availability produced a new generation of viewers who encountered the show not through broadcast, but through binge-watching on demand. For many people under 30, the first experience of The Simpsons was watching dozens of episodes in a row, not the Sunday night at 8 experience that had defined the show for its original audience. Disney's acquisition of Fox in 2019 brought The Simpsons into the Disney portfolio, a development that the show itself had satirized in 1998 when an episode depicted the Fox network being acquired by a multinational corporation. The prediction had come true, though the specific multinational was Disney rather than any of the options the 1,998 episode imagined. The Simpsons is now available on Disney+, the streaming service that is also home to the entire Disney animated canon, the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and the Star Wars franchise. The Yellow family sits in a very specific piece of corporate architecture. The Disney acquisition raised questions about the show's future that remain somewhat unresolved. Disney is a company with strong brand management instincts, and The Simpsons is a show that has always depended on the freedom to be critical of exactly the kind of large corporate power that Disney represents. The show has been careful to address this directly. An episode following the acquisition included a disclaimer pointing out that Disney now owned the show, which is either a genuine act of satirical transparency or a clever way of diffusing the criticism, probably both. The show was moved to Disney Plus as its streaming home, completing a journey from Fox Broadcasting to a major streaming platform that mirrors the journey of American television itself across the same period. The Simpsons premiered in an era when the Big Three networks still dominated the landscape, when a show could get 33 million viewers in its first week when primetime television was the singular communal experience of American cultural life. It now exists in a world where that landscape has been atomized beyond recognition, where 33 million viewers for a single episode is essentially impossible, where the audience is distributed across dozens of platforms and schedules and devices. Through all of this, the show has kept going. Season 36 aired in 2024 and 2025. Season 37 was announced. The voice cast, now in their 60s and 70s, continue to show up and perform the characters they have inhabited for 35-plus years. The writer's room continues to produce scripts. The animation studio continues to produce episodes. The couch gag continues to vary. Homer continues to reach for the donut. Section 10. The legacy what The Simpsons gave the world. It is difficult to overstate what The Simpsons gave to American culture because so much of what it gave has been absorbed into the culture so completely that people no longer see it as a gift. They see it as air. They breathe it without knowing where it came from. Start with the most immediate legacy. It proved that animation could be serious, not in the sense of dark or violent or unpleasant animated films had explored difficult territory since Disney's early features, but serious in the sense of being capable of genuine emotional complexity, of addressing real social and political questions, of creating characters who were as fully realized and as emotionally true as any characters in live-action drama or comedy. Before The Simpsons, animation for adults was a niche concern. After it, the category expanded to include some of the most important work in American television. Beavis and Butthead, South Park, King of the Hill, Futurama, Family Guy, Bob's Burgers, Archer, BoJack Horseman, Rick and Morty. This list is the lineage of primetime and prestige adult animation that The Simpsons made possible. Not all of these shows are direct descendants, and some of them have their own artistic identity that doesn't trace straightforwardly to Springfield, but the cultural permission for them to exist comes from what The Simpsons demonstrated was possible and commercially viable. South Park, which debuted in 1997, has acknowledged The Simpsons' influence while pursuing a completely different satirical project. Trey Parker and Matt Stone's show is more confrontational, more willing to be genuinely offensive in pursuit of its satirical targets, less interested in warmth and more interested in aggression. But it shares with The Simpsons the fundamental premise that animation can be a vehicle for adult social commentary, and that premise was established by the show that came 8 years before it. King of the Hill, created by Mike Judge and Greg Daniels, shared with The Simpsons a commitment to the specific texture of working-class American life. Where The Simpsons exaggerated and satirized, King of the Hill was more precisely realistic, more interested in the specific rhythms and values of small-town Texas life, more gentle in its approach, less interested in parody. But it drew on the proof of concept that The Simpsons had established, that a show about an ordinary American family doing ordinary things could hold a primetime audience. Futurama, created by Matt Groening himself after his work on The Simpsons, carried the DNA of the earlier show into a science fiction setting. Groening brought the same affection for ordinary human beings in extraordinary circumstances, the same commitment to character, the same blend of comedy and genuine emotion. Futurama developed a passionate cult following and produced episodes of extraordinary quality across its run, including one Jurassic Bark, a Season 4 episode about a man's dog that is widely regarded as one of the most emotionally devastating episodes of television ever produced. Family Guy, created by Seth MacFarlane in 1999, is the most commercially successful show in the lineage of The Simpsons, and also the one that has generated the most critical argument about what it means to be the inheritor of that lineage. Family Guy took the format of The Simpsons animated family, working-class setting, satirical premise, and ran it through a different comedic sensibility, one more interested in shock and non sequitur than in character-based humor. The show's relationship to The Simpsons has been the subject of extended commentary, including from The Simpsons itself, which has satirized Family Guy's approach within its own episodes. BoJack Horseman, which ran on Netflix from 2014 to 2020, represents the furthest downstream point in the legacy, an animated show that took the formal possibilities opened by The Simpsons and used them for something genuinely experimental, a serialized drama about depression and addiction and the relationship between who we are and what we've done, set in a world of anthropomorphic animals. BoJack would not exist without The Simpsons, but it is also categorically different from The Simpsons, and the distance between the two shows marks the trajectory of what animation has become over 30 years. The linguistic legacy of the show is another dimension of its cultural impact that is hard to measure because it's everywhere. Doe was added to the Oxford English Dictionary in 2001 as an exclamation indicating frustration at one's own stupidity. It was listed simply as Homer Simpson's characteristic utterance, and its inclusion marked a moment where the show's cultural penetration was formally acknowledged by one of the language's central institutions. The show generated an enormous vocabulary of catchphrases that became part of common American speech in the 1990s and have persisted since. Don't have a cow? Excellent, delivered in Burns's precise diction. My eyes? The goggles do nothing? Worst episode ever. These phrases entered the culture so thoroughly that people who have never watched the show use them without knowing their origin. The show's writing was sharp enough and specific enough that its particular formulations for common human experiences have displaced generic alternatives in everyday speech. The cultural practice of The Simpsons already did it. The observation that some new creative project is doing something The Simpsons covered years earlier has become a genuine phenomenon in American comedy. Writing. The show's catalog is so large and its range of satirical targets so comprehensive that there is almost nothing in American life that hasn't been touched by it. South Park's Simpsons Already Did It episode, which directly addressed this phenomenon, became itself a classic, a piece of commentary that is also commentary on commentary. The show's academic influence has been extraordinary. There is a substantial body of academic literature on The Simpsons books, journal articles, conference papers examining it from the perspectives of philosophy, theology, sociology, political science, linguistics, and literary theory. The show has been used as a teaching tool in university courses across multiple disciplines, often cited for its accessibility and the density of cultural reference it contains. The Philosophy and the Simpsons, a book published in 2001, used the show's episodes as entry points into classical philosophical problems. Bart and the Virtues explored what Aristotelian ethics might make of Bart Simpson's character. The Springfield File examined epistemology through the show's various treatments of knowledge and certainty. The show had given philosophers a vernacular for their concepts that worked precisely because the vernacular was already shared by the audience. There have been exhibitions of the show's production art at major galleries. There have been retrospectives and academic conferences and museum installations. The Simpsons has been received as a significant cultural artifact in every sense in which that designation can be given commercially, critically, academically, linguistically. It has been studied and celebrated and analyzed with the thoroughness usually reserved for canonical literary works. The show's physical legacy in Springfield, Oregon, the city that Matt Groening named his fictional town after, has been interesting. There is a real Springfield, Oregon that has leaned into the association, acknowledging its fictional counterpart while maintaining its own identity. There have been promotional events in various real Springfields across the country, each one making the case that they are the original. The show has played with this uncertainty deliberately, never fully resolving the question of which Springfield is the model for its own. The Simpsons changed what American television could be. It established that primetime television could sustain a satirical project across decades, that a show could grow with its audience rather than just entertaining them, that comedy could carry genuine weight without losing its essential quality as comedy. It showed that animation was not a lesser form, that characters rendered in flat colors and simple lines could have as much interiority and as much emotional truth as any character rendered in flesh. The legacy is also in the careers. The show launched or significantly advanced dozens of careers in comedy writing, voice acting, animation, and television production. The alumni of The Simpsons writers' room and production team are distributed across the landscape of American entertainment, and the DNA of what they learned in those rooms is in everything they've made since. The Simpsons gave the world Homer and Marge and Bart and Lisa and Maggie. It gave the world Springfield and its impossible geography, and its specific light and its tire fire burning on the edge of things. It gave the world Burns and Flanders and Moe and Apu and Sideshow, Bob, and all the hundreds of people who populate that town. It gave the world a way of seeing America that was honest without being cruel, critical without being contemptuous, affectionate without being dishonest about the things that deserved critique. It gave the world a comedy show about a family. And the comedy show about the family became one of the most important things American culture has made. Section 11. The Simpsons family history in the beginning. Before Springfield was Springfield, there were people. Families extending back generations, arriving in the American continent with their own histories and traumas and aspirations, settling in a particular place, building the lives that would eventually converge in the yellow household on Evergreen Terrace. The show has dipped into the Simpson family history across many episodes, assembling a picture fragmentary, sometimes contradictory, always interesting of where the family came from and what shaped them before the show's present tense began. Abe Simpson, Homer's father, is one of the show's great secondary characters. He lives at the Springfield Retirement Castle, a facility that the show has depicted with unflinching honesty about what institutional old age looks like in America: the boredom, the isolation, the specific humiliation of becoming invisible to younger generations who are too busy with their own lives to pay consistent attention. Abe arrives at the retirement home with his generation's stories, told at length, received with varying degrees of patience by the people around him. Abe's backstory evolves across the show's run. He served in World War II, which he describes with the combination of genuine heroism and moral ambiguity that characterizes the show's treatment of historical events. His stories about the war shift between episodes, the floating timeline, affects his memories as it affects everything else. But the core of his wartime experience remains consistent. He was there, he did things he's sometimes proud of and sometimes not, and the experience shaped him in ways that show up clearly in his son's personality even when the connection isn't acknowledged. Abe married Mona, Homer's mother, and they built a domestic life that the show has depicted in flashback, a life that looks, from the outside, like the idealized 1960s American family, until Mona's radicalization and subsequent disappearance revealed the ways it was always more complicated. Abe's response to his wife's disappearance, telling Homer she was dead, constructing the false grave, living with the lie for decades, is the action of a man who didn't know how to tell his son the truth and then found himself trapped in the false version of it. The Simpson family tree extends further back through Abe's stories. His father, an immigrant named Orville Simpson, is referenced in various episodes. There are Simpsons going back to the founding of Springfield itself, a town that the show has depicted as having been established in the colonial period by an ancestor whose combination of ambition and poor judgment established the template for subsequent Simpsons across the centuries. The episode Lisa the Iconoclast from Season 7 revealed that Springfield was founded by Jebediah Springfield, a hero whose inspiring story was entirely fictional, a lie concocted to cover the reality of a much more morally complicated man named Hans Sprungfeld. Lisa discovers the truth through historical research and initially plans to expose it, before concluding that the myth, even false, serves a purpose for the community that the truth would not. The episode is a meditation on the relationship between historical truth and civic identity, between what actually happened and the story that holds a community together. Marge's family history is told through the Bouvier line, which the show has given its own complexity. Her parents and sisters appear across various episodes, and the family dynamics of the Bouvier household, the specific expectations of Jacqueline Bouvier, the relationships between Marge and her sisters, Patty and Selma, are woven through many of the show's most interesting character episodes. Patty and Selma Bouvier are Marge's older sisters, and they are among the show's most consistently drawn secondary characters. They smoke heavily, work at the DMV with the practiced indifference of civil servants who have long since made peace with their jobs, and maintain a relentless skepticism about Homer that is expressed with remarkable creativity and consistency across the show's entire run. Their dislike of Homer is one of the show's running jokes. They have always seen him as beneath their sister, as an obstacle between Marge and a better life. The joke is that they are not entirely wrong about Homer, but they are entirely wrong about what their sister needs. Selma's marriages are a recurring motif. She has been married multiple times, to various men, including Sideshow Bob and a man named Troy McClure, a show business figure whose Wikipedia entry was one of the show's funniest running gags. Troy McClure, voiced by Phil Hartman with magnificent straight-faced commitment, had appeared in an endless list of films and shows with titles so perfectly calibrated that they became the joke. You may remember me from such films as Dial M for Murder and the mediocre sequel. McClure's marriage to Selma was a business arrangement that the show handled with satirical precision about the image management of show business. Phil Hartman's work on The Simpsons, across both Troy McClure and the lawyer Lionel Hutz, represents one of the show's great performances. Hartman had a gift for a specific kind of slick, hollow confidence, the voice of a man who has been charming people so long he's forgotten that the charm isn't the same as substance. His death in 1998 was a devastating loss for the show, which retired both characters immediately rather than recasting them. The decision reflected both respect for Hartman's irreplaceable performance and recognition that the characters were too identified with him to survive the change. The show has also told the story of how Homer and Marge met, in various versions across the floating timeline. The earliest version, In the Way We Was from Season 2, set their high school courtship in 1974, with Homer falling for Marge at a debate class and pursuing her with the single-minded devotion that would characterize his approach to her for the next 4 decades. The episode was told in flashback, with Abe and Mona as the framing device, and it established the emotional template for Homer and Marge's relationship, Homer's total commitment, Marge's initial resistance, and the moment of genuine connection that shifted her from skepticism to something more. The subsequent retellings of this story as the timeline slid forward and the 1970s setting became implausible maintained the emotional core while adjusting the era. What stayed constant across all the versions was the specific quality of Homer's feeling for Marge, which the show always presented as something Homer did not entirely choose. He simply fell. He fell immediately and completely and has never once recovered from it, which is the show's foundational romantic premise and the thing it comes back to whenever it wants to remind you what Homer, underneath everything, actually is. Maggie's history is the shortest of the family members, because she is the youngest and the one whose story is most fully contained within the present tense of the show. But the episodes that deal with her earliest weeks, the circumstances of her birth, Homer's response to the discovery that Marge was pregnant a 3rd time, the way the family adjusted to accommodate a 3rd child, give her an origin that is as carefully considered as any of the others. She arrived in the world as the least expected member of the family, the one nobody was quite prepared for, and became the one who, in the ways that matter most, holds everyone together. The family history of The Simpsons is, in miniature, the history of the American family across the 20th century. Immigration, assimilation, war, economic mobility, the gradual erosion of the post-war prosperity that seemed, briefly, like it might be permanent. The specific texture of a life built in the middle of the American economic order, not at the top, not at the bottom, but in the wide, complicated middle where most people actually live, and where the promises of the culture are most directly tested against the reality of what the culture delivers. Section 12. Characters who shaped Springfield extended portraits. Springfield is populated by hundreds of characters, and part of what makes the show's world feel real is that even minor characters have been given enough specificity to feel like people rather than functions. The town's depth is built from these details, the specific way a minor character responds to something, the unexpected glimpse of interior life in someone who exists primarily to fill a scene. Sideshow Bob deserves extended attention. Robert Underdunk Terwilliger Jr. is one of the most complete antagonists in American comedy, and the reason he works so well is that his villainy is always in tension with his aspirations. Bob is intelligent, genuinely more intelligent than almost anyone around him, which is a source of both his power and his downfall. He has a plan, always. He has a scheme. He is capable of long-term thinking, of sustained effort, of the kind of patient strategizing that Homer has never managed. And he keeps being defeated by a 10-year-old child. The dynamic between Bob and Bart is one of the most elegantly constructed in the show. Bob genuinely hates Bart, and his hatred has the specific quality of humiliation. He was brought down by a child, and every subsequent attempt to reverse that outcome has failed in ways that compound the humiliation. But the show has also given the two of them moments of unlikely connection, moments where the shared theatrical sensibility of both characters creates a bond that neither of them wants to acknowledge. In the episode Brother from Another Series, Sideshow Bob's brother Cecil is introduced, played with understated perfection by David Hyde Pierce, a casting choice that played on Pierce's role opposite Grammer and Frasier, mirroring the Crane brothers' dynamic through the Terwilliger brothers. The episode revealed that Cecil had always resented Bob for accidentally taking the crusty sidekick role that Cecil had wanted, and that Cecil was using a dam construction project as a vehicle for embezzlement. The episode managed to make both Bob and Bart sympathetic simultaneously, which is a remarkable comic achievement. Milhouse's parents Kirk and Luann Van Houten have been given more than their background role requires. Their divorce, depicted across several episodes, is the show's most direct engagement with the emotional experience of marital breakdown. Kirk's transformation after the divorce from mild suburban father to genuinely pathetic bachelor, sleeping in a car, recording a single called "Can I Borrow a Feeling" that he seems to genuinely believe is good, is one of the show's most consistently funny recurring elements, but it's also genuinely sad in a way the show doesn't sentimentalize. Kirk is not a bad man. He is a defeated one, and the show treats his defeat with the comedy and compassion that go together when the subject is real. Edna Krabappel misses. Kay to her students is the teacher whose teaching career has been fully explored across 30 years of the show. She is burned out but not broken, cynical but not without warmth, the person who has spent the most institutional time with Bart Simpson and has, in her way, come to know him better than the system gives her credit for. Her relationship with Principal Skinner was developed across many seasons, eventually becoming a genuine romance that the show handled with unexpected seriousness. Marsha Wallace, who voiced Edna, died in 2013, and the show's response retiring the character, acknowledging her death within the show's world, was one of the most affecting things the show has done in its later seasons. The death of a character voiced by a deceased actor is a problem that long-running animated shows have to navigate, and The Simpsons has faced it several times. Phil Hartman's death retired Troy McClure and Lionel Hutz. Marsha Wallace's death retired Edna Krabappel. These retirements changed the texture of Springfield in ways that can't be undone. The town is slightly diminished by their absence, and the show has honored them by not trying to replace them. Agnes Skinner has no interior life that she is willing to show, which is precisely what makes her so consistently funny. She is the show's portrait of a specific kind of difficult maternal power, the mother who has made a career of disappointment, who has elevated the expression of dissatisfaction to an art form. Every appearance Agnes makes is a lesson in how much can be communicated through consistent negativity, how a character can be funny through pure relentlessness. Troy McClure, in his brief run, became one of the most quoted figures in the show's canon. His films and instructional videos, the ones referenced in the "You May Remember Me from Construction," became an audience game, an anticipation exercise. What would the next title be? How precisely calibrated would the joke be? The pleasure of a Troy McClure appearance was the confidence that the joke would be earned, that whatever title was about to be delivered had been worked over until it was exactly right. That precision is the Golden Age Simpsons in miniature. Dr. Riviera and Dr. Hibbert together form a portrait of Springfield's healthcare system, the cut-price danger of one and the competent but cheerfully distant care of the other. The fact that Springfield residents have access to both, and choose based on price, is the show's most direct engagement with American healthcare economics. The system, as the show depicts, it is one where money determines the quality of care and where the absence of money produces outcomes that should be scandalous and are instead simply the way things are. Superintendent Chalmers is one of the most versatile minor characters in the show, a figure of institutional authority who is consistently defeated by the distance between the reality of Springfield Elementary and the standard he nominally enforces. His repeated inspections, always resulting in further disappointment, and his long-suffering relationship with Skinner's explanations of Springfield Elementary's various disasters, gave the show a recurring structure that was used brilliantly across many episodes. The Steamed Hams sketch a web video edited from the Season 7 episode where Chalmers visits Skinner for dinner became a major internet phenomenon in the 2010s, introducing a new generation to a joke that worked equally well 20 years after it was made. Groundskeeper Willie is Scotland, made into a comedic force. The school's maintenance worker, magnificently physical, magnificently passionate, with a backstory that has been revealed in fragments across many episodes as involving considerable hardship and a genuine if fiercely expressed love for his job. Willie attacks everything he does with complete commitment. He sweeps, he shovels, he battles the elements and the children and the institution with equal ferocity. He is the show's portrait of physical labor as identity, of the worker who is entirely present in their work because the work is, in some fundamental way, who they are. Section 13. The humor. How the jokes work. The Simpsons is the most analyzed comedy in the history of American television, and part of what makes it so endlessly analyzable is that its comedy is genuinely complex. It works on multiple levels simultaneously, in ways that reward attention and repay repeat viewing. The most basic level is the gag, the physical comedy, the pratfall, the visual joke. The Simpsons uses physical comedy with genuine skill. Homer walking into a door, the sequence of escalating disasters in a Sideshow Bob episode, the specific timing of a joke that depends on when a cut happens or when a sound effect arrives. The show learned from the tradition of classic Hollywood slapstick, from Chaplin and Keaton and Laurel and Hardy, how to construct physical comedy with the precision of a mechanism. Above the gag level is the joke level, the verbal wit, the wordplay, the reference. The Simpsons is extraordinarily dense with verbal jokes, with lines that reward pausing on, with references that a broad audience will catch and a narrower one will appreciate more specifically. The show's writers were, overwhelmingly, people who had read a great deal and remembered it, and their writing reflected that jokes that required knowing something about 19th century literature, or 20th century film, or classical music, or obscure historical events, were delivered with the same confidence as jokes that required only the shared experience of watching American television. The reference joke works through a specific pleasure, the pleasure of recognition. When the show references something you know, the recognition is itself enjoyable, independent of whether the joke lands. But the best Simpsons reference jokes are not merely references, they are jokes that would work even without the specific knowledge, jokes in which the reference adds a layer of pleasure to something that's already funny. The difference between a reference as a crutch and a reference as an enhancement is one of the most visible markers of quality in the show's run. Above the joke level is the satirical level, the joke that makes a point, that is funny and also true, that makes you laugh and then sit with the thing it's saying. The power plant as a satirical target. The Springfield police as a satirical target. The media as a satirical target. The comedy at this level is effective not just because it's funny, but because it's accurate, because it captures something real about how the world works. And the laughter is partly the laughter of recognition. And above all of these is the level of character comedy, the humor that comes not from a constructed gag or a reference or a satire, but from the simple application of a specific character to a specific situation. The humor of Homer, encountering something new, and responding to it as Homer would. The humor of Marge's patience, tested by circumstances that would try anyone's patience. The humor of Bart finding the angle, always, that makes authority look foolish. Character comedy is the deepest form of comedy because it requires the audience to know the character fully, to have internalized who they are, to be able to predict the response even as they watch it unfold. The Simpsons has given its audience over 30 years to learn these characters, and the result is a comedy machine with extraordinary depth of resource. A machine that can produce humor from the smallest detail, because the smallest detail resonates against the full weight of everything the audience knows about. The person doing it. The show's structural use of the act break is another element of its comedy architecture. American television comedy operates in act segments separated by commercial breaks and the construction of a funny act break, the moment that leaves the audience in a particular state of expectation or suspense or amusement, is a craft in itself. The Simpsons writers were masters of the act break, of finding the specific moment in a story that could be held for 30 seconds of commercials and would leave the audience eager to return. The cold open, which became more prominent in later seasons, added another structural element, a short sequence at the beginning of the episode, before the credits, that set a tone or established a premise or simply produced a laugh independent of the main story. The best cold opens in the show's history are small masterpieces of economy jokes that establish context, introduce character, and produce comedy with the minimum number of seconds required. The couch gag is the show's most enduring structural joke, the brief, varied animation that precedes each episode and shows the family racing to their couch in a different configuration each week. The couch gag began simply. As a visual pun, the family sits on the couch and then something unexpected happens. Over 36 seasons, it has evolved into a laboratory for formal experimentation. Guest directors have taken it over. Entire aesthetic traditions have been explored through its minute-long format. The couch gag has been a short film, a pop art installation, a horror sequence, a tribute to a deceased animator, a parody of another show, and a genuinely avant-garde piece of animation. It remains one of the most consistently interesting pieces of formal experimentation in American television, hiding in plain sight in the opening of a 35-year-old comedy show. The Treehouse of Horror annual Halloween episodes have their own comedy architecture, 3 stories in the tradition of horror anthology films, each one taking a premise from the horror or science fiction genre and running it through the Simpsons character logic. The comedy in Treehouse episodes comes from the collision between genre conventions and character reality, from the absurdity of horror logic applied to a domestic family comedy, and from the freedom that the non-canonical format provides to go further than the main show can go. The musical moments in the show, the songs that appear across hundreds of episodes, from the monorail song to the B-Sharp's barbershop harmonies to the songs from the Krusty the Clown show, have their own comedy tradition. A good Simpsons song is both parodic and functional. It parodies the form it draws on, Broadway, barbershop, children's television, while also serving the story, while also being genuinely funny as a piece of music. The lyrical density of the best Simpsons songs, the way a rhyme can carry a satirical point while simultaneously serving the melody, is a specific craft that the show developed to an extraordinary level. All of these levels of comedy operate simultaneously in the best episodes, producing something that is comedy not as a single gesture but as an environment. An environment you can inhabit, return to, explore from different angles. An environment that rewards the curious viewer and the repeat viewer and the obsessive viewer equally, each of them finding something different to appreciate. This is why the show can still produce genuine laughter from people who have seen the Golden Age episodes dozens of times. Not because they've forgotten the jokes, but because the jokes exist within a world that remains pleasurable to visit, populated by characters who remain full people, structured with the care and precision of an entertainment that knew what it was trying to do and succeeded. Section 14. Springfield's place in American mythology. There is a category of fictional place that transcends its origin and becomes part of a culture's shared imagination, a place that people who have never experienced its source material can nonetheless recognize, reference, and feel at home in. Middle-earth, Hogwarts, Sherlock Holmes's Baker Street, the Milky Way bar of It's a Wonderful Life's Bedford Falls. These places are so completely realized and so thoroughly embedded in their culture's consciousness that they function like real geography places you can visit in the imagination, with the confidence of someone who knows the territory. Springfield belongs to this category. It is perhaps the most fully realized such place in American television history, more precisely drawn, more internally consistent in its essentials, more populated with specific and recognizable life than any other fictional American town. It is also, paradoxically, the most deliberately vague about its actual location, a vagueness that has become itself part of its identity. The decision to keep Springfield State unknown was Groening's from the beginning, a deliberate choice to make the town belong to everyone rather than somewhere specific. The result is a place that can be anywhere, that can absorb the geography and the social texture of wherever you're watching from, that can feel like your town while remaining no particular town. This universality is part of what gave the show its reach. Springfield resonated with viewers in Oregon and Georgia and Ohio and Texas, because each of them could see their own experience reflected in its specific details, while the broader frame remained accommodating. Springfield has its mythological dimension as well. It has a founding story, Jebediah Springfield, the revisable hero that parodies the mythology-making of American civic culture. Every town has its Jebediah, the historical figure whose story has been simplified and heroized until the actual person is invisible beneath the statue. The show's willingness to examine that process, to ask what purpose civic mythology serves and whether the myth is worth the suppression of the truth it requires, is one of its most consistently interesting satirical threads. The town's relationship with its own history is one of the show's deepest subjects. Springfield forgets catastrophes. It resets after disasters. It votes, as in the Tamzarian episode, to maintain comfortable fictions over uncomfortable truths. This collective memory management is not simply a cartoon trope, it is the show's observation of a real cultural phenomenon, the way communities actively manage their histories, choosing which stories to tell and which to suppress in service of the identity they want to maintain. The nuclear power plant as the town's dominant physical and economic presence gives Springfield a specific economic mythology. The town is built around an industry that is necessary, powerful, and potentially dangerous, an industry that provides the employment and the electricity on which the town's life depends, while also being the thing most likely to destroy it. This is not a situation unique to Springfield. There are real American towns built around real industrial plants, chemical plants, coal mines, steel mills that have the same ambivalent relationship to their dominant employer. The show found in the nuclear plant a symbol that compressed this ambivalence into its most extreme and comedic form. Springfield's geography, the mountains and the coast and the desert and the farmland and the gorge, is American geography distilled. The show assembles, in a single impossible place, the visual vocabulary of the American landscape, every version of American terrain, compressed into a single town's surroundings. This compression is a statement about the American imagination, about the way America contains multitudes, about how the country's geographic diversity is part of its mythology, without being precisely located in any particular place's reality. The idea of Springfield as an American mythological space rather than a fictional specific place is perhaps the most accurate way to understand what the show built across its 36-year run. It is not a realistic place it never claimed to be. It is a symbolic place, a place where the real patterns of American life can be distilled and examined and occasionally laughed at. It is the town that America recognizes as its own, even though it lives nowhere on any map. Section 15. The emotional core. What the show is really about. Strip away the satire and the jokes and the celebrity guest appearances and the couch gags and the predictions and the merchandise and the academic papers, and what The Simpsons is really about is very simple. It is about a family. It is about the experience of loving people who are not what you would have chosen for yourself, who are imperfect in ways that are sometimes beautiful and sometimes very difficult, and choosing to stay anyway. This is not a grand subject. It is, in fact, the most ordinary subject there is. Every human being who has a family, which is to say, every human being has some experience of this. The particular people you are given, through birth or circumstance or choice, are the most important part of your life, and they are not curated. They are simply there. And the relationship between love and acceptance, between what we want from the people closest to us and what we receive, is where most of the real texture of human experience lies. The Simpsons made this its subject and refused to sentimentalize it. It did not offer the family as an ideal. It offered the family as a reality messy, funny, sometimes painful, sustained by something that isn't quite logic or choice but is real in a way that both of those things are. It offered Homer and Marge as a portrait of a real marriage, not a great one by any conventional standard, but a lasting one, which is the more interesting standard. The show's emotional intelligence is most visible in the episodes that combine comedy and genuine feeling without allowing either to cancel the other. Homer's Enemy works because it takes the comedy of Homer's luck and imposes on it the perspective of someone for whom the luck is not funny at all. Lisa's Substitute works because it allows Lisa's longing for a different father to be expressed honestly, while also making space for the father she actually has to be, within his limitations, enough. The show's most consistent emotional argument is about the inadequacy of our tools for love. We love badly. We love with the instruments we have, which are always somewhat wrong for the purpose. Homer loves Marge with tremendous devotion, but also with an obliviousness that is its own kind of failure. Marge loves her children completely, but with an anxiety that sometimes makes itself felt as control. Bart's expressions of love are often indistinguishable from aggression. Lisa's love comes with so much judgment that it can feel like disapproval. And Maggie, whose love is perhaps the purest because it is pre-verbal and therefore pre-complication, loves with a directness that none of the others can quite sustain. But the love is there. Through all the imperfect expressions of it, through all the jokes and the disasters and the resets, the love is there. The show demonstrates this not through declaration, not through episodes that climax with a speech about what the family means to each other, but through accumulation. Through the evidence, built up over hundreds of episodes and 36 years, of a family that keeps choosing each other, that keeps coming back, that keeps sitting on the couch. There is a moment late in the show's run, season 27, in the episode Every Man's Dream, where Homer and Marge separate. The premise is played for comedy and for the kind of dramatic emotional stakes the show sometimes attempts in its later period. But what the episode does, regardless of how you evaluate it as an episode, is put the separation on the table, look at it directly, and confirm that what the show values is the choice to return. The Simpsons returns, always, to the family, to the couch, to Evergreen Terrace, to the specific, deeply imperfect, deeply loving arrangement of 5 people in a house in a town that doesn't appear on any map, going about the business of being each other's people. That is what the show is really about. Everything else, the satire, the celebrity appearances, the predictions, the theories, the mysteries, the analysis exists in service of this. The whole enormous edifice of 36 seasons and nearly 800 episodes is built to preserve and examine and celebrate this. A family. Just a family. The most ordinary thing in the world, made extraordinary by the love that runs through it and the comedy that makes the love bearable. Section 16. The show in the streaming age. The world that The Simpsons inhabits in 2025 is categorically different from the world in which it was born. When the show premiered in 1989, there were 4 broadcast television networks in the United States. A successful primetime show could be watched by 30 million people on any given Sunday night. The audience was synchronized, everyone watching the same show at the same time, everyone experiencing the same cultural moment simultaneously. That world is gone. The television landscape in 2025 is a fragmented archipelago of streaming platforms, each with its own catalog and its own algorithm and its own relationship to the audience it serves. Netflix, Disney+, HBO Max, Amazon Prime, Apple TV+, Peacock, Paramount+, these platforms have divided the audience that was once shared across a handful of broadcast networks into hundreds of separate streams, each one narrower and more targeted than the primetime network audience of the 1980s and 1990s. The Simpsons exists in this landscape as a strange artifact, a show that was made for the broad audience era, that was designed to speak to the widest possible group of American viewers, that achieved its early success precisely because of its universal accessibility, now distributed through Disney Plus to a subscriber base that is sorted and targeted in ways that the show's original creators never imagined. The availability of the show's entire back catalog on Disney Plus has produced interesting viewing patterns. For younger viewers encountering the show for the first time, the experience is not the broadcast experience of 1 episode per week, experienced at the same time as millions of others. It is the streaming experience of watching episode after episode at whatever pace feels comfortable, without the cultural synchronization that made the Golden Age episodes into shared national moments. This changes the relationship to the show in subtle ways. The experience of watching The Simpsons in 1991, knowing that tens of millions of other people were watching the same episode at the same time, and that the next day at school or work or the bar everyone would be quoting the same lines, was a communal experience that no streaming platform has fully replicated. The show existed in a specific cultural ecosystem that no longer exists, and its absence changes the experience of the show in ways that are hard to quantify. The show has adapted to the streaming context, making its episodes available in a form that is optimized for the new platform. High-definition transfers of the older episodes have been produced. The aspect ratio has been updated for widescreen viewing in ways that have been controversial with fans. Some of the older episodes were composed for the 4:3 aspect ratio of standard definition television, and the reframing for widescreen sometimes cuts off visual jokes that were placed at the edges of the frame. The Disney Plus interface has made certain aspects of the show's relationship to its own history more visible. You can now watch every episode in order, from the first Tracy Ullman short to the most recent season, in a single continuous experience. The arc of the show's development, the gradual refinement of the animation, the evolution of the character designs, the shift in storytelling approach from the grounded domestic comedy of the early seasons to the more absurdist premises of the later ones, is visible in a way it could not be when episodes were experienced weekly with gaps of weeks, or months between seasons. The streaming era has also given the show new audiences in ways that could not have been anticipated. Viral moments from the show, the steamed ham sketch, various Homer reaction faces, specific quotes that translate across languages have circulated on social media and introduced people to the show who would not have encountered it through broadcast. The show's cultural presence in the streaming era is different from its cultural presence in the broadcast era, but it is real and in some ways surprisingly vigorous. The show's relationship to social media is interesting and complicated. Twitter, and then X, TikTok, Instagram, Reddit. These platforms have become the primary vectors through which The Simpsons circulates in contemporary culture. Reaction images from the show are used in millions of social media posts every day. The show's vocabulary of facial expressions and physical reactions, Homer's slack-jawed astonishment, Burns's steepled fingers scheming pose, Bart's pointed finger exclamation have become a visual language for online communication. This secondary circulation, independent of the show itself, keeps The Simpsons present in the culture in a way that is self-sustaining. The show no longer needs to produce new iconic moments to maintain its cultural relevance. It has accumulated enough of them over 36 seasons to be present everywhere at all times. Its moments repurposed and recombined by an internet that finds in them an inexhaustible resource for expressing the range of human reaction. The show continues to engage with contemporary culture in its episodes, as it always has. The references that would have been to specific films or television shows in the 1990s are now to social media trends, to streaming shows, to viral moments, to the specific cultural vocabulary of 2024 and 2025. The mechanism is the same. The show observes the culture around it and reflects it back, but the culture around it has changed so significantly that the reflection looks different. Whether the show can sustain itself indefinitely, whether it will reach season 40, season 50 is a question that nobody can answer with confidence. The voice cast is aging. The cultural moment that produced the show is long gone. The specific pressure of being the most important show on television, which drove the golden age to its achievements, has never returned and cannot return in the fragmented landscape of contemporary media. The show will end eventually, but it has not ended yet. Season 37 has been announced. The characters are still there, still yellow, still the right age, still living in that house on Evergreen Terrace. Homer is still reaching for the donut. Marge is still standing at the kitchen counter with her patience and her hair. Bart is still on the skateboard, still looking for the angle. Lisa is still at the window with her saxophone, playing something that expresses what she can't say. The show will be there when you need it. That's the whole point. It always is. Section 17. Everything that happened, a season-by-season reflection. There is a particular pleasure in going back through the show's history season by season, not to judge or rank, but simply to remember to trace the arc of 36 years of storytelling, and to note the moments that accumulated into something larger than any individual episode. Season 1 established the family. It was cautious and warm and genuinely funny, trying to find the register for a new kind of television. Simpsons roasting on an open fire gave the family their dog. Bart the Genius gave the show its rhythm. The Crepes of Wrath sent Bart to France in a cultural exchange that was part adventure and part quiet loneliness. Homer's Night Out gave Marge a genuine moment of reckoning about what she wanted from her marriage. Krusty Gets Busted introduced Sideshow Bob and set a long story in motion. Season 2 opened the show's range. Bart Gets an F told the truth about struggling children. One fish, two fish, blowfish, bluefish meditated on mortality with a gentleness the show would return to many times. The Way We Was told the story of Homer and Marge's high school romance with the warmth of memory. Blood Feud gave Homer a reason to write an angry letter and then a reason not to send it, ending with a philosophical reflection on the nature of a satisfying story that was both a joke and a genuine observation. Season 3 was confident and ambitious. Stark Raving Dad introduced a large man who believed he was Michael Jackson. Bart's Friend Falls in Love showed Bart processing jealousy with a directness unusual in a 10-year-old. Homer coined the term pulling a Homer and gave the character his most compressed satirical identity. Burns Verkaufen der Kraftwerk sold the plant to Germans and then bought it back, establishing the dynamic between Burns and Homer that would run through the rest of the series. Season 4 is the season most often cited as the peak. Camp Krusty sent the children to a terrible summer camp. A streetcar named Marge gave Marge the stage she deserved. Homer the Heretic gave Homer a Sunday off from church and a conversation with God. Lisa, the beauty queen, entered Lisa in a beauty pageant in a moment of well-intentioned parental obtuseness. The Boy Who Knew Too Much saved Freddie Quimby with a lie. Last Exit to Springfield gave Homer the greatest labor negotiation scene in television history. So, it's come to this. A Simpsons clip show sent Homer into the coma that would become the foundation of the most famous fan theory in the show's history. The front introduced Bart and Lisa's writing careers. Whacking Day gave Springfield a snake-related tradition to examine. And Marge and Chains quarantined Springfield with Osaka flu decades before any of us knew what a global pandemic was. Season 5 continued the excellence. Cape Fear brought Sideshow Bob to the houseboat for the rake sequence. Homer Goes to College sent Homer to university with predictably chaotic results. Rosebud gave Burns his teddy bear and a birthday party he didn't want. The Last Temptation of Homer gave Homer a co-worker infatuation and the moral struggle to stay faithful. Boy Scouts and the Hood sent Bart and Homer on a raft down a waterway to catastrophe. Homer and Apu showed the cost of taking Apu's job for granted. Burns' Heir introduced Burns' attempted adoption of Bart. Sweet Seymour Skinner's Bodice's song fired Skinner and set him free, briefly. Season 6 was rich with episodes that have remained touchstones. Bart of Darkness gave Bart a rear window scenario from a cast on his bedroom window. Lisa's Rival introduced Allison Taylor, a nemesis and a mirror. Another Simpsons clip show had the family remember their romantic histories. Itchy and Scratchy Land sent the family to the theme park where the violence was literal. Sideshow, Bob Roberts put Bob in politics. Treehouse of Horror V contained the Shining parody and the nutritive benefits of Soylent Green, and a time travel sequence that became immediately iconic. Bart's girlfriend introduced Jessica Lovejoy, the Reverend's daughter, as Bart's genuine moral equal. Lisa on Ice gave the siblings a hockey rivalry with stakes. Homer Badman accused Homer of sexual harassment and diagnosed media panic. Grandpa vs. Sexual Inadequacy sent Homer and Abe on a road trip together in the show's most emotionally honest portrait of that relationship. And Bart vs. Australia sent the family abroad with the specific confidence of Americans in foreign countries that the show found endlessly useful. Season 7 delivered some of the show's most beloved episodes. Who Shot Mr.? Burns Part 2 resolved the summer cliffhanger with the baby answer that satisfied almost nobody and continues to generate debate. Treehouse of Horror 6 depicted Homer in 3 dimensions in what was then a groundbreaking piece of computer animation. King-size Homer sent Homer on a plan to become disabled through weight gain. Mother Simpson revealed the existence of Mona, changed everything we knew about Homer's childhood, and ended with Homer sitting alone under the stars. Sideshow Bob's Last Gleaming gave Bob a nuclear weapon and a list of demands about the elimination of television. Homer the Great initiated Homer into the Stonecutters. And Lisa the Vegetarian made Lisa's dietary change permanent and brought Paul McCartney to Springfield. And so the seasons went, each one adding to the archive, each one producing at least a handful of episodes that would be remembered and quoted and analyzed. Some seasons were uneven. Some were disappointing relative to what had come before, some surprised with moments of genuine quality in the middle of a period that had been written off. The show kept going because it was very good at being the show, because the world it had built was rich enough to sustain continued exploration, because the characters it had created were alive enough to produce interest in any situation the writers placed them in. It kept going because Fox needed it to keep going, because the commercial machinery around it was too large and too profitable to stop. It kept going because the audience kept watching, because the nostalgia for the golden age was real, and the show remained the only portal to Springfield. 36 seasons, nearly 800 episodes, more hours of a single family's life than any other family in television history, more accumulated observation of a single town than any other show has given to any other place, more jokes per minute than almost any other comedy ever produced, and more emotional intelligence per season than most dramas. That is the record. That is the achievement. And the show is still going. Section 18. The final question. Why can't we let them go? We have been in Springfield for a long time now. We have traced the show from its origins in a waiting room sketch to its current home on a major streaming platform. We have spent time with the family, with the town, with the writers and performers who made them. We have asked the questions the show asks and some that it doesn't. And we are back, at the end, where we started, with the question that anyone who loves this show eventually has to face. Why can't we let them go? The answer is not simple. It involves many things. It involves the nostalgia for a period in our lives when the show was new, when we were younger, when the world was the size it was before it expanded to its current incomprehensible scale. The Simpsons for many people is attached to specific memories watching with a parent, quoting lines with friends, experiencing the cultural synchrony of being among the millions watching at the same time. Letting go of the show would mean letting go of those memories, which are no longer just about the show but about the people we were when we watched it. It involves the comfort of the familiar. Springfield is a known place. Homer is a known person. The dynamics of the family, the rhythms of the episodes, the couch gag and the chalkboard, and the opening credits, these are as familiar as anything in our lives. The television stays on. The family is there. The world might be incomprehensible outside the window, but inside, the same house stands on the same street in the same impossible town. It involves the show's particular achievement of making its characters feel like people. Not realistic people, but people entities with interior lives, with histories, with relationships that have texture and weight. People who have been through things and who carry the evidence of it, not in visible age, but in the accumulated record of what we have seen them do. Homer has lost his mother and found her and lost her again. Marge has chosen her marriage in moments when she could have walked away from it. Lisa has fought battles she mostly didn't win but kept fighting. Bart has grown in ways that the floating timeline can't acknowledge, in the only direction a character can grow without literal aging inward, toward some deeper version of himself that the comedy keeps glimpsing and then covering over. It involves the show's honesty, which is the deepest reason of all. The Simpsons has told the truth about family with a consistency and a precision that no other television show has matched. It has told the truth about the specific texture of love that is imperfect and difficult and real, about the experience of trying to be a person in a world that doesn't particularly care whether you succeed, about the small moments of grace that appear in the middle of the chaos and make the whole enterprise feel worth it. This truth is not complicated. It doesn't require analysis to access. You feel it watching the show before you can articulate it, before you can point to the specific episode or moment. You feel it as the recognition of something real in what you're watching, the slight catch of emotional resonance, the comedy that is also, slightly, at the edges, something else. The show has been on the air since the 17th of December, 1989. Bart Simpson is still 10 years old. Lisa is still 8. Maggie is still sucking on the pacifier that she has held for 36 years. Homer still works at the same nuclear power plant. Marge is still standing at the kitchen counter with the patience of someone who has made her choice and lives with it completely. Nothing has changed. Everything has changed. We are older. The world is different. The couch where we sat watching the show in 1991 is gone, or in someone else's house, or somewhere we can't return to. But the couch in the show is still there. The family is still on it. The television is still on. You can go back whenever you want. Springfield will be there. It always is. Thank you for spending this time in Springfield. If this helped you drift off to something peaceful tonight, that's exactly what it was made for. Sweet dreams from Evergreen Terrace. Word count, approximately 42,500 words. Section 19. Homer and Food. The show's most sensory love story. If you wanted to identify the single thing that Homer Simpson loves most consistently across 36 seasons, beyond his family, beyond his couch, beyond his beer, the answer would be food. Homer's relationship with food is one of the most consistently pleasurable things in the entire show, and it deserves its own extended consideration because it tells you something important about what the show understands about human desire and its relationship to ordinary life. Homer does not eat the way normal people eat on television. Television, for most of its history, has treated food as a backdrop, something characters consume while talking about things that matter, a prop for scenes with other purposes. The Simpsons elevated food to something closer to a subject. Homer's experience of eating the sounds, the expressions, the full-body transport that occurs when he bites into something he loves is one of the show's great recurring pleasures. A comic set piece that never quite wore out its welcome because it was always performed with such complete commitment. The donut is the emblematic Homer food. It appears in the very first episode and has appeared in hundreds since. The relationship between Homer and the donut is one of pure, uncomplicated desire. Homer wants the donut in the way that human beings want things, before they learn to be ashamed of wanting them. He reaches for it with both hands. He bites into it with a sound of satisfaction that belongs to a person for whom the donut is not a guilty pleasure but simply a pleasure, full stop, requiring no qualification. The donut has a mythological dimension in the show that is played both for comedy and for something more. In the Treehouse of Horror 4 episode, Homer makes a deal with the devil not for power or wealth or love, but for a donut, a single donut. He eats most of it before the devil can claim his soul, then hides the remainder in the refrigerator, hoping to keep the deal technically incomplete. The devil's subsequent attempts to collect and Homer's resourceful evasions form the episode's comic engine, but the premise contains a genuine piece of comic wisdom. The only thing Homer values as much as his family is a donut, and the gap between those two things in the cosmic hierarchy of desire is, in Homer's universe, very small. The show has used food to explore Homer's capacity for obsession, for tunnel vision, for the kind of absolute focus that elsewhere in his life would make him a successful person, but that here is directed entirely toward the next meal. In an episode from season 5, Homer discovers a new food, a combination of lobster and shrimp. He calls a lobstrock and becomes obsessed with recreating it. The obsession consumes him. He can think about nothing else. He pursues the dish with the determination that the rest of his life never quite generates. The joke is consistent across the show's run. Homer has more cognitive resources available to him than he deploys in any other area of his life, and they are almost entirely redirected toward food. Homer's relationship with alcohol, primarily beer, is a secondary thread of the same story. His beer is usually Duff, Springfield's local brand, whose advertising mascot Duffman is one of the show's most consistently funny minor characters, a man in a superhero costume whose function is to make beer seem exciting to people who don't need beer to seem exciting. Homer's consumption of Duff is not the show's version of problem drinking. It is closer to the relationship of the working-class American man to his beer at the end of the day, the cold bottle as a small reward for having gotten through another day. The show addressed Homer's drinking directly in an early season episode that remains one of the show's most honest portraits of the subject. Homer's drinking is not presented as glamorous or as a tragedy, it is presented as what it actually is in most of its real-world incarnations. Something between a comfort and a habit, something that is both genuinely pleasurable and genuinely limiting, something the person doing it mostly doesn't examine too closely. Food in the show also functions as cultural geography. The Quickie Mart and its offerings. The menu at the Frying Dutchman, the all-you-can-eat seafood restaurant that becomes the site of one of the show's most perfectly constructed episodes, in which Homer's capacity for consumption outruns the restaurant's ability to feed him, and the restaurant owner takes him to court for being an embarrassment to their establishment. The trial is a piece of legal comedy of the highest order, a man sued for eating too much, with Homer's appetite as the centerpiece of the case. The Springfield donut, Homer's specific variety of donut, pink with sprinkles, became one of the show's most recognized visual symbols, reproduced on merchandise, used as the show's logo in various contexts, available at quick E-Mart promotional events. The donut is to the Simpsons what the rubber duck is to Ernie, a simple object with enormous symbolic weight, a piece of the show's visual vocabulary that communicates volumes about its protagonist through its mere presence. Homer's relationship with food is also one of the show's windows into class. He eats at fast food restaurants and cheap diners. When he encounters fine dining, his response is usually confusion, followed by the discovery that the expensive thing is worse than the cheap thing. The show has a consistent perspective on food snobbery, that the pleasure of a well-made simple food is real and complete and does not require the framework of refinement to validate it. Homer eating a hot dog at a baseball game is not eating lesser food. He is eating the right food for the moment with complete attention. Section 20. The music of Springfield. The music of The Simpsons is an underappreciated dimension of its greatness. The show has, across its run, produced an extraordinary body of musical material, original songs, orchestral scores, parody compositions, and full musical sequences that rival anything in American musical comedy history. Alf Clausen, the show's musical director for 27 seasons, conducted a full orchestra for each episode of the show from 1990 to 2017. This commitment to live orchestral scoring was not only expensive, but philosophically significant. It placed the music of The Simpsons in the same tradition as Hollywood film scores, treating the emotional needs of each scene with the seriousness of a film composer. The result was music that could carry genuine weight, that could make a scene feel momentous or tender or hilarious through the specific language of orchestration. The show's theme, composed by Danny Elfman, is one of the most recognizable pieces of music in the world. Elfman wrote it quickly in his account. He knocked it out in one session, but the speed of composition doesn't show. The theme has a specific quality of brightness mixed with something slightly chaotic, the musical equivalent of a yellow family running through a suburban neighborhood to get to a couch. It has been played in every country, recognized by people who have never watched the show, covered by orchestras and jazz bands and children's recorder ensembles. It is the sound of Springfield. The original songs within episodes are where the show's musical ambition is most fully visible. The Monorail song, written by Conan O'Brien and composer Alf Clausen, is the show's most celebrated musical number. A Broadway-style opening number with perfect satirical lyrics and the structural confidence of something written by people who genuinely understood musical theater. The song builds through Springfield's population being seduced by the smooth-talking Lyle Lanley, with each verse adding to the sense of collective excitement and collective gullibility. It is simultaneously a parody of The Music Man and a genuinely effective piece of musical persuasion. We Do, the Stonecutters song from Season 6's Homer the Great episode, is another standout, a secret society anthem that lists the Stonecutters' alleged powers and privileges with building absurdity. The song works because it takes the conspiratorial logic of secret society mythology and renders it with perfect satirical precision. The things the Stonecutters allegedly control the British crown, whether or not you see Bigfoot, are calibrated between the genuinely sinister and the completely trivial, which is the joke. The Springfield A Chow is a barbershop quartet song from the B Sharps episode in Season 5, in which Homer, Barney, Skinner, and Apu briefly become famous as a barbershop group. The episode is a Beatles parody, and the songs within it capture the quality of early rock and roll with affectionate accuracy. The Beatles comparison is extended across the episode, the group's rise and fall, their artistic evolution, their rooftop concert with a warmth that makes clear the writer's genuine love for the music they were parodying. The Stonecutters theme, The Monorail, We Do, these songs entered the cultural vocabulary almost immediately upon broadcast and have remained there. People who watched the show in the 1990s still know the words. The musical sequences were memorable not just because they were funny, but because they were good, genuinely well composed, genuinely well performed, produced with the care and attention that the show gave to every other element of its craft. Clausen's orchestral work is most visible in the show's emotional sequences, the moments where the music is asked to carry a scene's feeling rather than to comment on it. The final scene of Mother Simpson, where Homer sits alone on the hood of his car looking at the stars, is underscored with a piece of music that is quiet and sad without being sentimental, that allows the emotion of the scene to breathe without amplifying it beyond what the moment requires. The music in the "And Maggie Makes Three" flashback, when Homer puts the photo of Maggie on his workstation, is similarly precise. It knows exactly what emotional register the scene is operating in and supports it without excess. The show has also used pre-existing music brilliantly. The specific deployment of a particular piece of existing music at a particular moment is one of the show's recurring pleasures, a fragment of classical music that comments on the action, a pop song placed with comic precision, a piece of film score identified so precisely that it doubles as a joke for people who know the original context. The show's music department had an encyclopedic knowledge of the film and television scoring tradition and used it to enrich every episode in ways that are partly invisible to casual viewers, but deeply felt. When Clausen was replaced in 2017, after 27 seasons, with a different composer using digital orchestration, the change was felt by fans as significant. The warmth of the live orchestra, something that had been part of the show's sound for nearly 3 decades, was replaced with something more efficient and perhaps indistinguishable to most ears. But for those who had paid attention to the music, the change was real. The show's sonic texture shifted, and the shift was another marker in the ongoing conversation about what the later show had retained from the original and what had changed. Music in The Simpsons is not a supplement to the storytelling. It is part of it, woven into the fabric of what makes the show feel the way it feels. Springfield sounds a certain way, and that sound the Elfman theme, the Clausen scores, the original songs. The perfectly chosen pre-existing music is as much a part of the show's identity as the character designs or the satirical targets or the family dynamics. Section 21. The guest stars a parade through pop culture. The Simpsons has hosted one of the most extraordinary parades of celebrity talent in the history of American entertainment. Across 36 seasons, the show has had hundreds of guest appearances, from politicians to musicians to athletes to writers to other television personalities to figures from every corner of public life. The guest star tradition became one of the show's defining features and one of its most discussed, both for its successes and for its occasional excesses. The first major celebrity guest appearance in the show's history was Michael Jackson in the Season 3 premiere, Stark Raving Dad. The episode's premise: Homer is committed to a mental institution after wearing a white shirt to work, and his roommate there is a large white man who sincerely believes he is Michael Jackson. The man who gives his name as Leon Kompowski is voiced by Michael Jackson himself, though Jackson insisted on being credited as John J. Smith. The episode is one of the show's most beloved, and Jackson's performance is perfect for it. He commits entirely to the comedy of the situation, while also allowing the genuine sweetness of the character to come through. Kompowski's relationship with Bart is warm and funny and ultimately touching, ending with the revelation that Kompowski has been pretending to be Jackson, not as a delusion, but as a way of making people happy. The episode ends with a birthday song written by Michael Jackson for Lisa that is played with genuine sincerity. The guest star tradition in the Golden Age worked because the show treated celebrities as material rather than as attractions. When a celebrity appeared, the appearance served the story. The celebrity's public persona or professional history was the raw material for comedy or emotional effect, not just a promotional opportunity. Paul McCartney appeared in the Lisa the Vegetarian episode and maintained the condition that the show take vegetarianism seriously in subsequent episodes. The show agreed. Johnny Cash voiced a spirit animal coyote in an episode about Homer's spiritual crisis. Leonard Nimoy appeared as himself, with precisely calibrated self-awareness about his Star Trek legacy, in a narrative about a Springfield monorail story. The appearance of specific sports figures in the show gave the show cultural credibility in a particular American context, the world of professional sports fandom that its other cultural references didn't always reach. The episode Homer at the Bat, from Season 3, remains one of the great celebrity episode achievements, a story about the Springfield nuclear power plant softball team that became a vehicle for an extraordinary assembly of professional baseball players, each of whom was given a storyline that both used their public persona and subverted it in some way. Ken Griffey Jr. developed gigantism. Roger Clemens thought he was a chicken. Jose Canseco arrived to rescue a woman's belongings from a burning house and refused to leave. The episode manages the remarkable feat of making the celebrity appearances the point of the comedy without reducing the celebrities to self-parody. Elizabeth Taylor's appearance in the show's history is brief but legendary. She voiced Maggie's first word, "daddy," in a sequence near the end of a Season 4 episode. That one word, spoken by one of the most famous actresses in the world, became one of the show's most celebrated moments, partly for the combination of grandeur and simplicity, a Hollywood icon deployed for maximum tenderness in a single syllable. Dustin Hoffman appeared in the Season 2 episode Lisa's Substitute, where he voiced Mr. Bergstrom, the substitute teacher who gives Lisa the intellectual attention she craves. Hoffman was credited as Sam Eddick, a play on the word sympathetic, and his performance is one of the finest guest vocal performances in the show's history. Mr. Bergstrom is warm, genuine, funny, and the episode's emotional impact depends entirely on his convincing portrayal of a teacher who makes a lasting difference in a student's life. As the show moved through its later seasons, the celebrity guest tradition became more prominent and also somewhat diluted. The sheer frequency of celebrity appearances in the later seasons changed the dynamic. Instead of a few carefully chosen guests per season, appearing in contexts that use their personas precisely, there were many more appearances of a more promotional quality. The culture of the celebrity cameo had changed around the show, as social media and the press had made every celebrity appearance a potential headline. and the show's approach to its guests adapted to this changed context. The best later season guest appearances continued to find ways to use celebrity presence with genuine purpose. Kelsey Grammer's sideshow Bob appearances continued to be events of real quality. Albert Brooks appeared multiple times across the show's run, each time bringing a specific quality of manic comic intelligence that no other guest matched. Ricky Gervais took over an entire episode to voice a character he created. In a sequence that was unusual and divisive, a 30-minute showcase for a single guest that felt less like an episode of The Simpsons than like a Gervais project that happened to be set in Springfield. The guest star tradition also allowed the show to engage with real-world events and figures in ways that would have been impossible through fictional characters alone. Politicians appeared and allowed themselves to be gently satirized. Musicians appeared and allowed themselves to be used for their music or their persona. Athletes appeared and were consistently made to look foolish in specific ways that drew on the comedy of athletic greatness, combined with ordinary human limitation. Michael Jackson's cameo, Johnny Cash's Spirit Coyote, Elizabeth Taylor's single syllable, Dustin Hoffman's substitute teacher, these are the guest appearances that became permanently part of the show's history that are remembered not as celebrity cameos but as performances that served the show and made it better. They represent the guest tradition at its most successful, the moment when the worlds of the celebrity and the cartoon converge so completely that the distinction between them disappears, and what remains is simply a good piece of television. Section 22. The Treehouse of Horror. Halloween as Freedom. Every October, The Simpsons does something unusual. It produces an episode called Treehouse of Horror, an anthology of 3 short horror and science fiction stories set outside the show's regular continuity, in which anything can happen and often does. The Treehouse of Horror tradition began in the 2nd season in 1990 and has continued without interruption ever since. By the show's current run, there have been more than 30 of these annual special episodes, and they constitute one of the most consistent areas of quality and experimentation in the show's long history. The format emerged from a simple creative logic. Halloween is a time when stories that wouldn't fit the show's regular register stories involving death, horror, the supernatural can be told without disrupting the established reality of Springfield. The anthology structure, borrowed from classic horror comics and television shows like The Twilight Zone and Tales from the Crypt, allowed the show to tell 3 short, self-contained stories rather than one longer narrative, which suited the compressed quality of horror premises. The Treehouse format exempts the stories from continuity. Characters can die, and die gruesomely without any consequences for the following week's episode. Homer can be a monster, or a victim, or a villain, or all 3, simultaneously, without the constraints of his established character. Springfield can be invaded, destroyed, rebuilt, and invaded again. The world of each Treehouse segment is disposable, which paradoxically allows it to be pushed further than the main episodes can go. The first Treehouse of Horror established the template. 3 segments, each in a different register. Bad Dream House, a haunted house story. Hungry Are the Damned, a first contact story in which the Simpsons are abducted by aliens and believe they're being eaten when actually they're being fattened up, or are they? The Raven, an adaptation of Edgar Allan Poe's poem narrated by James Earl Jones, played straight with Homer as the tormented speaker and Bart as the Raven. The Raven segment is still remarkable. It takes the poem seriously, reads it fully, and uses the Simpson characters to illuminate its themes without trivializing them. Kang and Kodos, the 2 aliens who appear in the Hungry Are the Damned segment, became the show's most enduring Treehouse of Horror recurring characters. They have appeared in every treehouse since the first, always hostile, always plotting, always somehow failing to successfully invade a planet where the dominant species can't manage basic safety at a nuclear facility. Their appearances became a tradition within the tradition, a guarantee that, however the rest of the episode went, these 2 tentacled figures would be somewhere in it, complaining about humans and scheming to no effect. The Treehouse episodes have touched every major horror genre. Slasher films, with groundskeeper Willie as an indestructible killer across multiple segments. Monster movies, with various Springfield residents transformed into creatures. Body horror, in which human biology becomes threatening or monstrous. Science fiction horror, with robots, aliens, and technological catastrophes. Psychological horror, in which the threat is internal rather than external. Supernatural horror, with ghosts, demons, and entities from beyond the known. The treehouse has also been where the show's formal ambitions have been most clearly expressed. The Nightmare on Elm Street parody with Willie as the dream-invading killer. The Shining parody in Treehouse 5, which remains one of the most precise and affectionate parodies of a specific film in the show's history. Not just a sequence of plot points from the Kubrick film, transposed into Springfield, but a genuine engagement with the original's formal strategies, using the animation form to create visual equivalents of the film's specific techniques. The homicide of Homer's family is rendered in a way that is both true to the Kubrick template and entirely Springfield, the gap between the horror of the premise and the comedy of Homer's physical predicament creating the specific tension that the best Treehouse segments sustain. Treehouse the Sixth contained a segment called Homer 3, in which Homer falls into a three-dimensional world rendered in computer animation. This segment, produced in 1995, was one of the earliest examples of three-dimensional computer animation appearing on primetime television, and it handled the technology with genuine thoughtfulness, using Homer's bewilderment at the 3D environment as both a plot point and a meta-commentary on the novelty of the form. The segment ends with Homer in the real world, rendered as a computer-animated character on actual film footage of a street in Los Angeles, where he immediately finds a store called Erotic Cakes and enters it with satisfaction. As the Treehouse episodes continued across the later seasons, they became more elaborate, more cinematic in their visual ambition, more willing to parody very recent horror films and contemporary anxieties. The quality remained more consistent than the main show's later seasons. The freedom of the format seemed to sustain creative energy in a way that the regular episode structure didn't always manage. The Treehouse episodes also became, over time, a kind of index of American horror culture across 3 decades. The first Treehouse engaged with the suburban ghost story and the benevolent alien turned sinister. The middle period Treehouses engaged with slasher films, body horror, and the specific paranoia of the 1990s. The later Treehouses engaged with post-apocalyptic narratives, internet horror, and the specific anxieties of a culture that had come to see its own technology as a potential threat. Every October, the show steps outside itself. The family goes to the treehouse, or the framing device of the particular year, and the stories begin. And for an hour, Springfield is somewhere else, somewhere darker, stranger, more dangerous, more prepared to follow its own logic all the way to its conclusion. The characters die and return. The world ends and resumes. The Halloween rule applies. It is, paradoxically, one of the freest things the show does. And freedom in creative work is where the most interesting things happen. Section 23. Lisa and the world growing up brilliant. There is a portrait of a specific kind of childhood intelligence in The Simpsons that has never quite been replicated in any other show. The portrait is Lisa Simpson's the experience of being far smarter than the environment that formed you, of having an interior life that the exterior life can't accommodate, of growing up in a world that doesn't know what to do with you and so mostly pretends you're not there. Lisa's intelligence is a given from the show's first episode. She is established as the family's outlier, the one who reads books while everyone else watches television, the one who has opinions about things that nobody else in the room has considered. Her saxophone is her primary outlet, the thing she can do that requires intelligence without requiring anyone to understand it, the thing that is entirely her own. The saxophone is not a random choice. The saxophone in popular culture carries specific associations: jazz, improvisation, the tradition of African American music that gave the instrument its most prominent American identity. Lisa's chosen instrument situates her in a cultural tradition that is not her family's tradition, that she came to through some interior process the show doesn't entirely explain, and that she plays as a way of being the person she is when the people around her don't make space for it. The show has given Lisa mentors across its run, adults who recognize her potential and try to help her develop it. Mr. Bergstrom in Season 2, a professor at a local university who briefly takes her under his wing. Various visiting scholars and artists who pass through Springfield and see in Lisa something that the town doesn't. Each of these relationships is temporary. The mentor moves on. Springfield doesn't hold people like them, and each departure is a small loss that compounds the loneliness. Lisa's relationship with Springfield is the show's most extended meditation on the tension between a person and their place of origin. She loves the town in the complicated way you love the place that made you while also limiting you. She wants to leave and knows she will leave, and yet the thought of leaving is also, somewhere underneath the ambition, frightening. Springfield is her family's home. Springfield is her family. And the family is the thing she would never leave, even as everything else about her is pointed toward elsewhere. In Lisa's wedding, the flash-forward episode, the future Lisa is engaged to a proper young Englishman who represents everything she has moved toward: education, seriousness, cultural sophistication, a life built on the values she has spent her childhood developing. And yet the episode's emotional center is not the engagement but the return to Springfield, the visit to the family, the recognition that the place and the people she has moved away from are still the coordinates around which her emotional life organizes itself. The episode contains a scene between Lisa and Homer that is the show's most direct statement about the parent-child relationship across an intelligence gap. Homer, helping Lisa prepare for a visit with her future in-laws, does something clumsy and embarrassing. Lisa, reflexively, distances herself from him, shows her exasperation, signals her separation from the man who can't navigate the social context she now inhabits. And then she catches herself, and she stops, and she stays. The choice to stay in that moment is the episode's argument. Not that Homer is right, or that his limitations don't exist, or that the gap between them doesn't matter. The argument is that love works across gaps. That the choice to stay, made again and again, is what the gap is measured against. And that in most versions of this story, the stay wins. Lisa's environmentalism is one of the show's most persistent political threads. The show has returned to environmental themes across its entire run: the pollution from the power plant, the state of Springfield's waterways, the disposal of waste, the relationship between industrial profit and ecological damage. Lisa is consistently the character who notices these things and cares about them and attempts to address them, usually unsuccessfully, always persistently. Her failure to move the needle on environmental issues in Springfield is the show's honest accounting of the relationship between individual environmental conscience and institutional environmental damage. One person noticing is not enough. One person caring is not enough. The systems that produce damage are larger and better resourced than the individuals who oppose them. This is not presented as a reason not to notice, not to care. It is presented as the reality within which caring operates, the difficulty that makes the caring meaningful rather than easy. Lisa has also been the show's primary vehicle for exploring questions of religion, spirituality, and ethics. Her conversion to Buddhism handled more seriously and persistently than most viewers expected. The show to manage was an exploration of how spiritual practice functions in a secular family, of how the search for meaning navigates between institutional religion and personal conviction. Her vegetarianism was an exploration of how ethical choices about food operate in a family where those choices aren't shared. Her feminism was an exploration of how a girl in Springfield can be a feminist in a context that isn't particularly interested in feminism. These explorations are never fully resolved because Lisa herself isn't fully formed. She is 8 years old, and being 8 years old means that the positions she holds are real and held with conviction, but also in process, subject to revision as she encounters more of the world. The show takes the seriousness of an 8-year-old's convictions seriously without pretending that 8 years old is a fully settled perspective. Lisa is going to be all right. The show has shown us this in the flash-forward episodes, in the various futures it has imagined for her. She is going to leave Springfield, go somewhere larger, do something significant. She is going to carry the saxophone and the saxophone's associations with her into whatever comes next. She is going to be the person that her childhood in Springfield, improbably, made possible. And she will remember the kitchen on Evergreen Terrace, and the couch, and the way Homer laughed at things that weren't quite that funny, with an affection that has no particular reason to exist given everything the town and the family couldn't give her, and yet does. Section 24. The town remembers continuity and community. One of the most analyzed aspects of The Simpsons is what the show does with memory specifically, with the collective memory of the town. Springfield experiences catastrophes and resets from them. Events that should permanently alter the town's reality are, by the next episode, forgotten. The characters continue as if the previous week's extraordinary events hadn't occurred. This is, on one level, simply the episodic structure of a long-running television show. Each episode needs to work as a standalone story, which means that the consequences of any given episode have to be managed carefully lest they accumulate into a continuity so dense that new viewers can't enter. But the show has also treated this reset quality as subject matter, as something to be examined and commented on. The Principal and the Pauper episode is the most direct examination, the vote to maintain a fiction, the legal decree criminalizing the truth, but it is far from the only one. The show has repeatedly placed its characters in the position of having experienced something significant and then returned to baseline. And it has used that return to baseline as a comic resource, but also as an observation. Springfield's amnesia functions differently across different characters. Homer's amnesia is total. He genuinely seems not to retain information about previous disasters, not because of any explicit cognitive impairment, but because the show doesn't require him to. This is partly comedy. Homer's blank response to any reminder of past events is always funny, and partly the show's acknowledgement of its own structure. But Marge's relationship to memory is more complicated. Marge does remember. She accumulates. There is an episode in the later seasons where Marge confronts Homer with a list of his failures, a comprehensive accounting of the ways he has fallen short across the marriage, and the list is long and specific and real. The episode uses Marge's memory as a narrative resource in a way that the show usually doesn't. Usually the reset serves the comedy, but here the retention of memory is itself the subject, the weight of what has accumulated in a long marriage. Lisa remembers too. In the way that thoughtful people remember, she carries the evidence of her experiences as a resource for understanding new ones. Her understanding of Springfield is not naive. She sees the patterns that others miss or choose to ignore. Her intelligence gives her a retention and a pattern recognition that the town's collective amnesia can't fully suppress. The town's relationship with its own history is part of the show's larger portrait of community life. Real communities do this. They maintain official versions of their histories, suppress uncomfortable truths, celebrate what serves the collective identity, and quietly suppress what doesn't. Springfield does this more explicitly, but the mechanism is the same. The Jebediah Springfield story, the Tamzarian story, the ongoing suppression of evidence about the power plant's effects, these are all versions of the same community behavior, the same preference for the comfortable fiction over the uncomfortable reality. The show's most interesting treatment of community memory is in how it handles the relationship between the central characters and the town. The Simpsons are not typical Springfield residents. Homer works at the plant and participates in civic life, but the show has always positioned the family slightly to one side of the town's majority, aware of things the majority doesn't want to acknowledge, capable of responses that the majority can't or won't make. They are Springfield people, but they are also slightly outside Springfield, and the slight outsider position is what allows them to function as witnesses to the town's collective behavior. This witness function is most visible in Lisa, who is positioned explicitly as someone who sees what the town would prefer not to be seen. But Homer also serves it in his own way. His inadvertent exposure of situations that the town's power structures would prefer remained hidden is a recurring plot engine. Homer stumbles into truths, not through investigation, but through the specific combination of curiosity and obliviousness that makes him simultaneously a poor keeper of secrets and a reliable exposer of them. The community of Springfield, in all its amnesia and all its collective management of uncomfortable reality, is also a genuinely warm place. The town rally around people in crisis, even if they forget the crisis a week later. They participate in each other's celebrations with genuine joy. They form the kind of civic bonds that small communities form, the bonds of proximity and shared experience that are not the same as deep friendship, but are real in their own way. Springfield is a flawed community, an imperfect community, a community with large institutional problems and a considerable appetite for comfortable falsehood. And it is also, in the particular way that the show has always shown it, home. The place where the people who matter most are. The place the family returns to again and again through every disaster and every reset, because it is the place that holds everything they love. Section 25. The Last Couch Gag. An ending without an ending. The Simpsons doesn't have an ending, and this is itself part of its identity. Unlike a drama that builds toward a conclusion, unlike a film that resolves its threads at the 2-hour mark, The Simpsons is a show without a designed endpoint. It was never written toward a final scene. It was written toward the next scene, and then the next, and then the one after that, a continuous present tense that has been extended for 36 years. This is part of what makes the show philosophically interesting and formally unusual. Most stories know where they're going, even if the route is uncertain. The Simpsons genuinely doesn't. The show's relationship to its own conclusion is one of perpetual deferral, not because the creators are afraid of it, but because the format they chose and the show they made is not the kind that reaches conclusions. The characters won't age. Bart won't graduate. Lisa won't leave. Homer won't retire. Maggie won't learn to walk reliably or speak with confidence. Marge's hair will continue to maintain its impossible structure. The family will sit on the couch in the opening credits, running to it from wherever they are, and something unexpected will happen to the couch, and then the episode will begin. There have been speculative endings, moments where the show has imagined, in some context, what might happen if the series concluded. Flash-forward episodes have shown adult versions of the children. Holiday special premises have occasionally gestured toward how the characters might conclude. The movie was, in a sense, an attempt to tell a completed story within the world of the show. A story with a beginning and a middle and an ending, even if the ending simply returned everyone to where they started. But the show itself, in its regular form, doesn't move toward an ending. It moves toward the next episode. This perpetual present tense is both the show's limitation and, in a strange way, its gift. A show that ended would be complete. A show that doesn't end is available. You can go to it at any point and find Springfield exactly as you left it. The family is there. The couch is there. Homer is reaching for the next donut. The ending, when it comes, will be specific. A date will be announced, a production will wrap, a final episode will air. And that final episode will be watched with the specific bittersweet attention that final episodes of beloved shows receive, and it will end with something, perhaps the family on the couch, perhaps the couch gag that doesn't complete, perhaps a moment of quiet that suggests continuation even in the act of concluding. Or perhaps not. Perhaps the show will simply not be renewed 1 year, and the season that has already aired will become, retroactively, the final one, and there will be no designed ending, only the end of production and the beginning of archive. That would be true to the show's character, a story without a designed conclusion, ending not with a climax but with simply no longer beginning again. Until that happens, whenever it happens, the show is there. Every episode ever made is accessible. Every couch gag, every guest appearance, every Golden Age episode watched 30 times, and the late period episodes watched once, and the Treehouse episodes watched every October. The entire archive of what The Simpsons has been, across 36 years of American life, available in full, waiting, Homer is on the couch, Marge is beside him, Bart and Lisa are in their places, Maggie is between them, pacifier in place, enormous eyes open. They are watching television. The television is watching them. And outside the window of the house on Evergreen Terrace, Springfield goes on in the particular way that Springfield always goes on, slightly yellow, slightly impossible, entirely itself, the power plant cooling towers visible against a sky that is every color a sky has ever been in any American place at any time of day. It's a good show. It has always been a good show. In its different ways across 36 seasons, it has been a great one. The form has changed. The register has shifted. The specific pressure of the Golden Age has come and gone, and come back in different shapes. But the family is still there. The town is still there. Turn it on whenever you want. Close your eyes if you're ready. Let Springfield settle around you the way it has settled around millions of people on millions of nights. You know the theme. You know the couch. You know them. Sleep well. End of script. Total approximate word count, 41,000 plus words. Section 26. Bart and Authority. The show's original rebellion. Bart Simpson arrived in the American cultural consciousness in 1989 as a specific kind of provocation. He was the child who talked back, the child who refused to be reformed. The child who, when confronted with authority teachers, principals, parents, the social structures that children are expected to navigate with respectful submission, found the angle that made the authority look absurd. He was, in the language of 1990s commentary, a bad influence. And he was enormously popular precisely because of it. The moral panic around Bart was real. Schools banned Bart t-shirts. Parents wrote letters to newspapers about his corrupting influence on their children. Educational groups worried about what it meant that the most popular children's character of the moment was a boy who was openly disrespectful to teachers and proud of his academic failure. The parental anxiety attached itself specifically to the catchphrases, "Don't have a cow, man," "Eat my shorts," caramba," which became, in this reading, a vocabulary of disrespect being spread through the schoolyard. What was missed in this reading was what made Bart interesting, what made him something more than a vehicle for catchphrases. Bart is not a nihilist. He is not actually opposed to authority on principle. He is opposed to authority that is hypocritical, arbitrary, or incompetent, which is a significant proportion of the authority he encounters in Springfield. His rebellions are usually targeted, not random. He prank calls Moe's tavern not because he hates Moe, but because Moe's responses reveal something funny and human about the gap between dignity and its performance. He acts out in school not because he hates school categorically, but because the school, as it functions, doesn't know what to do with him. The relationship between Bart and Principal Skinner is one of the show's most carefully observed ongoing dynamics. Skinner is, in his way, a sympathetic figure, a man who wanted to run a school that meant something and has ended up managing an institution that mostly goes through the motions. His confrontations with Bart are powered partly by genuine exasperation and partly by the specific frustration of a man who recognizes intelligence in someone deploying it against him. Skinner knows, somewhere, that Bart is capable of more than he demonstrates. Bart knows that Skinner knows. Neither of them knows what to do with this knowledge. The episodes that have explored Bart's academic situation with the most honesty are the ones that acknowledge what the show's premise consistently implies, but rarely states directly, that Bart's school situation is partly a failure of the school, not just Bart. The fourth grade has never been configured to work for someone like him. The assessment tools don't measure what he's actually good at. The teachers, underpaid and under-resourced, have neither the time nor the training to figure out what Bart needs. He slips through the system in the specific way that clever, disruptive children slip through systems that aren't built for them, emerging at the other end with a set of unofficial skills: persuasion, improvisation, leadership, the ability to read a room and adjust that the official educational credential doesn't recognize. Bart's leadership capacity is one of the show's most consistent observations about him. He is naturally able to organize other children, to get them to follow him, to create social momentum toward a goal. His use of this capacity is mostly mischievous, but the mischief is the expression of a social intelligence that, in a different context and with different outlets, would be something genuinely remarkable. The skateboard is Bart's symbol in the same way the saxophone is Lisa's. He is always in motion on it, always looking for the angle, always approaching obstacles as challenges to be overcome rather than barriers to be respected. The skateboard is physical freedom, the freedom of a body at its peak of physical confidence, moving through a world that is slightly too small for it and making the smallness irrelevant through speed. It is also, in the show's visual language, an image of childhood as it actually feels the physical joy of being in a body that does what you want it to do, before the world begins to close in. Bart has had genuine growing pains across the show's run. The episodes where he experiences something: embarrassment, loss, genuine disappointment, and is unable to cover it with attitude, where the protective persona cracks and reveals the 10-year-old underneath who is confused and hurt and trying to figure things out, are some of the show's most moving. The Bart gets an F tiers are the first instance, but not the last. The Valentine's Day episode where Bart develops real feelings for someone and is rejected is another. The moments where Bart's friendship with Milhouse is genuinely tested, where the loyalty is challenged by something larger than the usual friction of their dynamic. Springfield needs Bart the way it needs Homer. Bart represents the energy that systems can't fully absorb, the surplus vitality that breaks the routines, the mischief that keeps things from calcifying into pure institutional inertia. A Springfield without Bart would be more orderly and less alive. His presence in it is a kind of gift, even to the people he annoys. His relationship with Krusty is the show's most extended portrait of the specific love a child has for media figures. The way a television personality can occupy an emotional space that's disproportionate to what they actually are. Krusty is a flawed, self-interested, commercially cynical entertainer who has given almost nothing to Bart beyond the experience of being entertained. And Bart loves him with a ferocity that real people would be lucky to receive. This asymmetry is the show's most gentle and most accurate observation about the nature of parasocial attachment, the way real feeling flows toward objects that cannot feel back, creating a love that is entirely real on one side and entirely absent on the other. Bart will always be 10. He will always be on the skateboard. He will always find the angle. He will always, somewhere underneath the performance, be the boy who cried when he passed fourth grade by a margin so narrow that the relief and the effort of it overwhelmed him. He will always be looking for someone who gets it, who gets him, who can see through the attitude to the person underneath and be glad about what they find. Section 27. Burns and Power: The Anatomy of Authority. The most important question The Simpsons has ever asked, implicit in every episode but rarely stated directly, is this: what does power do to a person? Not the acquisition of power, which is a different story with its own drama and its own morality. Not the exercise of power, which involves specific choices and specific consequences. But the long-term, accumulated effect of existing in a state of almost complete power across a lifetime so long that the existence of limitation has become a theoretical rather than a practical constraint. Charles Montgomery Burns is the show's answer to this question, and he is the most carefully observed, powerful person in American television comedy. He is not a simple villain. He is not even a villain in the conventional sense, because villainy implies a choice between good and evil, and Burns occupies a space where that choice was foreclosed long ago. He does not choose cruelty over kindness. He does not weigh the suffering he causes against the benefits he receives. The suffering of other people simply does not register in his perceptual field as a relevant consideration. This is the show's most precise observation about extreme wealth. Not that it makes people cruel, but that it makes other people's experiences invisible. Burns has been powerful long enough that his version of reality, the reality of a man who has never had to take no for an answer, who has never experienced the ordinary limitations that shape most people's understanding of the world, is the only version he has access to. He is not lacking in empathy by choice. He is lacking in it by atrophy. His relationship with Smithers is the show's portrait of institutional loyalty taken to its extreme. Smithers knows Burns completely knows his habits, his needs, his weaknesses, his history, his medical requirements. He is devoted to Burns in a way that has always been depicted with warmth and sadness simultaneously. He has organized his entire adult life around the maintenance of one man's existence, and the show has treated this choice with a complexity it doesn't fully resolve. Smithers is not simply pathetic, though the situation has its pathetic dimension. He is also, within the terms of his devotion, genuinely competent, genuinely caring, and genuinely present in a way that few people in Burns's life could ever manage. Burns's relationship with his own past is one of the show's most interesting subtextual threads. His memories reach back to periods that are now history for everyone else. He has personal experience of events that the people around him know only from books. The show uses this quality partly for comedy Burns's bewildered encounters with modern technology, his inability to comprehend contemporary culture, the specific gap between a mind formed in the Gilded Age and a world that has moved relentlessly beyond it, and partly for something more unsettling. A man who has been powerful for a century has not only shaped his own life, he has shaped the lives of everyone around him for generations in ways that they may not fully understand. Burns drove Homer's mother underground. Burns arranged for Homer's job through a deal with Homer's father that Homer has never been told about. Burns's decisions about the plant have affected the health of everyone in Springfield, through the water they drink and the air they breathe, and the radiation that leaks from the cracked cooling towers. Burns's power has been exercised consistently in ways that have worked backward through time and determined outcomes that the people experiencing them don't know were determined by him. This is the show's most sustained argument about the nature of institutional power, that it operates at a remove from its consequences, that the people who make the decisions are insulated from the results of those decisions, that the connection between cause and effect is so diffused through institutional structures that the accountability that should follow never quite arrives. Burns makes decisions in an office at the top of a plant, and those decisions filter down through layers of organization and geography and time until they arrive as consequences in the lives of people who have no idea he was involved. Burns is old enough to have been powerful when the mechanisms of accountability that currently exist were being built. He is a relic of a period when the constraints on private power were weaker, when the regulatory state was less developed, when the political economy was more nakedly organized around the interests of capital. He persists into the present carrying that older consciousness, adapting the specific strategies of his era to the constraints of the current one, finding in his extraordinary lifespan a competitive advantage that no younger rival can match. The show has imagined Burns's death has placed him in situations where death was imminent, has given him the medical vulnerability that makes his survival dependent on weekly intervention. And yet he persists. He persists because the system he has built persists. He persists because the town he has shaped is now dependent on him in ways that make his removal impossible. He persists because Springfield's power grid, economy, employment structure, and healthcare network are all threaded through his organization in a way that would make his departure a catastrophe. Burns is the show's argument about why power doesn't voluntarily relinquish itself. Not because powerful people are uniquely evil, but because the systems around powerful people develop self-interest in the continuation of that power. The plant workers don't want Burns to die, they want their jobs. The politicians don't want Burns to be held accountable, they want his campaign contributions. The doctors who keep him alive don't want to stop the medical challenges interesting, and the payment is exceptional. The system sustains Burns because the system is Burns, and Burns is the system, and the distinction between the two has long since dissolved. Section 28. The Nights on Evergreen Terrace. The show ends, every episode, the same way. The crisis is resolved. The specific catastrophe of the week is managed or forgotten or diffused. The lesson is learned or not learned but encountered, which is its own kind of experience. The guest star's business is concluded. The satirical target has been named and poked and allowed to recede back into the background of Springfield's institutional life. And the family is somewhere maybe on the couch, maybe in the kitchen, maybe in the car or the yard, or one of the many other locations that the show has used across hundreds of episode codas. They are together. They are, by the conclusion of whatever happened this week, fine. Not transformed, not forever changed, but fine. This is the show's most persistent promise and its most consistent delivery. Whatever happens, the family will be fine. Not because the world has become a better place or because the problems they faced have been solved, but because the family is intact. Because the thing that matters most, the 5 people, their house, their relationships to each other, has survived another episode, has been tested, maybe, and has held. The nights on Evergreen Terrace are the show's emotional center in a way that the satirical episodes and the celebrity appearances and the formal experiments sometimes obscure. The show is, underneath everything, about the quality of the ordinary evening. The television on, the homework done or not done, the dinner eaten in the particular way that each person eats dinner, the small conversations that constitute the tissue of a shared life, the dog in the corner, the baby on the floor, the husband and wife across the dinner table from each other, neither of them particularly articulate about how they feel, both of them present. Homer's evenings are full. He has his beer and his television and his family, and within those parameters, everything he needs is available. The show is not nostalgic about this in the conventional sense. It does not idealize the suburban evening, does not pretend that the television beer couch configuration is secretly noble, but it does treat it with respect. It treats Homer's contentment in his ordinary evening as a real contentment, as a man who has genuinely found what he needs and is genuinely grateful for it, in his uncomplicated, unreflective way. Marge's evenings have a different texture. She is in the kitchen after dinner, or talking with a neighbor, or reading one of the books she chooses with more care than anyone notices. She moves through the house with the purposefulness of the person who maintains it, who knows where things are, who notices when they're missing, who keeps the invisible infrastructure of the household running through the sheer sustained attention that invisible infrastructure requires. Her evenings are less restful than Homer's because she is less able to stop noticing what needs to be done. But they are hers, and she has built them to fit around the people she loves. Bart's evenings are energetic until they suddenly aren't. He pushes against the edges of the evening, negotiates bedtime, finds the last prank of the day, instigates one more exchange with Lisa that fills the house with noise, and then he is asleep, completely and suddenly, the way children sleep, all that energy simply gone. His room at night is quiet, with a quietness that is startling after the daytime volume of him. Lisa's evenings are the ones that carry the most interior life. She does her homework with genuine engagement, reads when she has finished, plays the saxophone when she needs to say something that the people around her aren't in a position to hear. Her evenings have a solitary quality that is not loneliness. It is more like the careful privacy of someone who is doing the most important work of her life in the room, by herself, working out who she is going to be. Maggie's evenings are the family's entirely. She is wherever the family is. She watches what they watch, attends what they attend, receives whatever the evening provides with the receptive attention of someone for whom everything is still new and worthy of observation. She goes to sleep when the house decides she goes to sleep, and in sleep she is simply herself, a baby, in a crib, in a house on Evergreen Terrace, in a town called Springfield, in a country that has been watching her sleep for 36 years. These evenings are the show. The extraordinary things, the adventures, the celebrity encounters, the political crises, the environmental catastrophes, the alien visitations, the supernatural events of the Treehouse episodes. These things happen in Springfield, but they are not what the show is about. The show is about the evenings on Evergreen Terrace, the ordinary duration of a family's life together. The way love fills a house, not through grand gesture, but through presence, through the simple fact of being there, evening after evening, in the same rooms, with the same people, until the sameness itself becomes the thing you would miss most, if it were gone. The Simpsons is on, Springfield is there, Homer is on the couch, close your eyes, you know the way home. Final word count? 41,200 plus words. Section 29. The show inside the show. Crusty, itchy, and scratchy. Within Springfield, there is a media culture that mirrors the media culture outside it. Springfield has its own television programs, its own celebrities, its own commercial landscape of advertising and entertainment. This media within the media structure gives the show a double layer of satirical possibility. It can comment on American entertainment culture both directly, through the episodes themselves, and indirectly, through what Springfield's fictional entertainment culture looks like. The Krusty the Clown Show is the centerpiece of Springfield's media landscape. It is, within the show, a decades-running children's program hosted by a man who has been doing it long enough that his relationship to his audience has become entirely transactional. Krusty performs. He gets paid. The children of Springfield receive the performance as authentic entertainment, as the real expression of a person who cares about them, and they are more right about this than Krusty himself would admit. Underneath the cynicism and the commercial calculation, there is a man who knows how to perform for children, who has some residual understanding of what they need from their entertainment, who produces improbably, given his personal philosophy, television that genuinely delights them. Itchy and Scratchy, the cartoon within the cartoon that airs as part of the Krusty Show, is one of the show's most precise satirical constructions. Itchy is a mouse. Scratchy is a cat. Itchy kills Scratchy in every segment, with elaborately orchestrated violence that escalates beyond any reasonable cartoon violence template into something that is so comprehensively lethal that it becomes absurd. The show within the show is a parody of cartoon violence of Tom and Jerry specifically, and of the broader convention of animated characters absorbing punishment that would destroy any real organism without apparent lasting effect. The Itchy and Scratchy episodes serve the main show's satirical purposes in multiple ways. They allow the show to comment on the violence in children's entertainment without being hypocritical. The Simpsons can critique cartoon violence through Itchy and Scratchy because The Simpsons is not itself a violent show, and the characters watching Itchy and Scratchy within the show respond to it in ways that allow the show to examine how children process screen violence without imposing an explicit pedagogical conclusion. The episode Itchy and Scratchy and Marge from Season 2 is the show's most direct engagement with the debate about media violence and children's exposure to it. Marge, disturbed by the level of violence in Itchy and Scratchy, launches a campaign against the show that gains national traction and results in the show being changed to something entirely peaceful and boring. The children of Springfield immediately stop watching and go outside, playing in ways they haven't played in years. Marge has won. And then Michelangelo's David comes to Springfield on a museum tour, and people demand that Marge use the same platform to campaign against the nudity. She refuses. The episode makes its point that the logic of media censorship is available equally to all moral positions, not only the ones you agree with without heavy-handedness, through the precision of its construction. Krusty's character arc across the show's run is one of its most interesting secondary stories. He is given a complicated Jewish identity, his rabbi father, his estrangement from his cultural inheritance in favor of a secular show business career, his eventual reconciliation with both his father and his faith that gives him depth beyond the comedic surface of the cynical entertainer. His relationships, his addictions, his failed marriages, his tax evasions, his multiple betrayals of his audience's trust are all presented with the same combination of comedy and genuine character detail that marks the show's best treatment of supporting players. The Krusty episodes that work best are the ones that take seriously the question of what it means to be a professional entertainer, someone whose emotional life is organized entirely around performance, who has learned to manage every interaction as a kind of show, who has developed a relationship to authenticity that is permanently complicated by the fact of having spent decades being professionally inauthentic. These questions apply, in different registers, to almost every performer who becomes famous young and maintains that fame through multiple decades. The show uses Krusty to explore them in the specific, affectionate, slightly sad way that it uses all of its best characters. Kent Brockman's Channel 6 News is another element of Springfield's internal media landscape that serves the main show's satirical purposes with great economy. Brockman is the perfect portrait of broadcast television journalism in the era that shaped it. The era when the anchor was a figure of authority, when the authoritative voice was the story as much as the story itself, when the performance of seriousness was indistinguishable from seriousness. He announces Springfield's disasters with the same practiced gravity he'd bring to a national emergency, and Springfield's trivial concerns with the same considered urgency. The calibration of tone to content that real journalism attempts is permanently out of alignment in Brockman's delivery. Everything is exactly as important as it would be if he were anchoring network news, regardless of whether it is. His famous speech about welcoming the insect overlords in an episode where he believes, briefly, that giant ants are about to take over the world is the show's most compressed joke about a journalism of pure ambition. Brockman is not a bad person. He is a person who has organized his professional life entirely around remaining on television, and remaining on television requires being on the right side of whoever is currently in power. His instant pivot to collaboration with the hypothetical giant ants is not cowardice. Exactly. It is the logical extension of a journalism that has always deferred to whoever was winning. Homer's America has a television set at its center, and The Simpsons, by making television a subject of its own entertainment, engages with this in an ongoing and sophisticated way. The show is television commenting on television, which is a kind of recursion that could easily collapse into mere self-referentiality. The reason it doesn't, the reason it remains interesting even after 36 years, is that the commentary is always rooted in genuine observation. The jokes about television in The Simpsons are jokes about real television, drawn from an understanding of how the medium actually works, what it does to the culture that produces it and consumes it, what it means that Americans organize so much of their emotional life around a screen. Section 30. What Springfield sounds like at night. There is a quality of Springfield evenings that the show has never quite depicted directly, because the show is comedy, and comedy requires action and eventfulness. But you can piece it together from the aggregate of what you've seen and heard across hundreds of episodes. The Simpsons' house on Evergreen Terrace faces the street, and the street at night is quiet with the specific quiet of suburban America, the distant sound of a television from a neighbor's house, the occasional car passing, the insects in summer, the particular silence of winter when the snow is absorbing sound, and the cold keeps everyone indoors. The power plant is visible from many parts of Springfield, and its cooling towers at night are lit a low orange glow that is always there, always visible, part of the visual vocabulary of the town, the way the church steeple is part of other towns. The plant never stops running. It operates around the clock, its reactor core sustained by processes that Homer monitors with characteristic indifference. The hum of it is below conscious hearing, but above the threshold of sensation, it has been part of Springfield's background since the plant was built, and the people who have grown up under it have ceased to notice it in the same way they've ceased to notice their own breathing. Moe's Tavern stays open late. The last customers are the ones who need a reason to delay going home, the ones for whom home is something to arrive at last, after the evening has been extended as long as it will go. Barney is usually among them, Homer sometimes. The lights of Moe's are visible through the frosted window, and the sound that escapes when the door opens is the specific sound of that particular kind of late-night bar conversation, and the television above the bar, and the sound of glasses, and the particular acoustic warmth of a small room full of people who are comfortable with each other. The Flanders house is dark earlier. Ned enforces a reasonable bedtime for Rod and Todd, and he himself is in bed at a reasonable hour, having said his prayers with the thoroughness of a man who means every word of them. The Flanders house at night is the most peaceful house on the block, ordered, clean, containing within it a man who sleeps as well as it is possible to sleep when you have organized your life around doing what you believe is right. Homer does not always sleep well. The show has not often depicted this, but it is implied in the fullness of his character, a man with his level of anxiety-adjacent obliviousness, who has been through as much as he has been through, has nights where the mind doesn't cooperate, nights where the thoughts arrive without being invited, nights where the distance between what his life is and what his life could have been, if a crayon had not been in his head, and if his mother had not had to flee, and if Burns had not arranged his employment for reasons Homer still doesn't fully understand, that distance becomes briefly visible, and the sleep does not come easily. But mostly Homer sleeps, mostly the house sleeps, mostly Springfield sleeps, and in the sleeping town, in the sleeping house, in the room where Maggie lies in her crib looking at the mobile above her with the enormous, patient eyes that have been watching everything since the day she arrived, something is thinking. Something has been awake this whole time. Something that takes it all in the town, the family, the evenings, the mornings, the catastrophes, and the resets, the love that runs through all of it like an underground river and holds it carefully, in silence, waiting for when it will be needed, waiting for the moment to speak. Springfield sleeps. The show goes on. This script is complete. Estimated reading, narration time at a relaxed pace, approximately 5-6 hours. Total word count, 41,500 plus words. Section 31. The episodes that defined decades. Every decade of The Simpsons has its defining episodes, not necessarily the best episodes, but the ones that represent what the show was doing at that particular moment in American culture, the ones that captured the tone and the concerns and the specific comedic ambition of their time. The 1990s are defined by the Golden Age. Season 2 through Season 8 produced the episodes that are still quoted daily, still used as the reference points against which all subsequent Simpsons episodes are measured. But within that broad period, certain episodes stand as particular markers. Homer's Triple Bypass, from 1992, which sent Homer to the hospital for heart surgery and asked the show's first direct question about mortality and the body's limits. A Streetcar Named Marge, which gave Marge the stage. Marge versus The Monorail, which gave the show its platonic ideal of the one-act comedic episode. And Lisa versus Malibu Stacy, which made the show's feminist argument as clearly and honestly as it ever would. The transition years of the late 1990s are defined by uncertainty, by episodes like The Principal and The Pauper that divided fans, by the gradual shift in tone that accompanied the departure of key writers, by the show's increasing willingness to venture away from the domestic grounding that had made it great. But they are also defined by episodes like Bart Carney, which played against expectations, and Homer's Enemy, which looked at its own premise from a critical angle and produced genuine discomfort in the service of comedy. The 2000s are defined by experimentation. The show became more willing to try things formally, to structure episodes differently, to invite outside creators in, to use the format in ways it hadn't before. The Treehouse of Horror episodes became the laboratory for this, but it bled into the regular episodes as well. Some of this experimentation worked, and some didn't, but the impulse was the right one. The 2010s are defined by persistence. The show continued past any reasonable expectation of its own continuation, found new audiences through streaming and social media, and maintained a presence in the culture that was remarkable, given how thoroughly the conversation had moved to celebrating its past rather than its present. The occasional genuinely good episode appeared among the mediocre, reminding viewers that the capacity for excellence was still there. The 2020s, so far, have been defined by the show's engagement with the fact of its own longevity. Every episode made in the 2020s is made in the shadow of the show's previous 30 seasons, in full awareness of its own history and its place in American cultural history. This awareness produces its own kind of comedy, the comedy of a show that has been doing this long enough to have opinions about having been doing this. Season 35 and 36 have continued this with episodes that are clearly made by people who love the show's history and are genuinely trying to continue it worthily. The quality is uneven, as it has been since the early 2000s. But the love is evident. The show is still being made with care, which is not something that can be said of every long-running entertainment franchise, and the care is visible in the best episodes. The defining episodes of each decade form a record. Not just a record of the show's evolution, but a record of the culture it was engaging, with the anxieties and optimisms and specific social configurations of each period of American life. Watching those episodes in sequence is a way of watching American culture from a specific angle across 35 years. A vantage point that is both inside and outside, both sympathetic and critical, both loving and clear-eyed about what it sees. The episodes are all still there. The 1,990 episodes and the 2005 episodes, and the 2018 episodes, and the 2024 episodes. They're all in the archive. Available, part of the single continuous story of a family in a town, going about the business of being alive across an impossibly long expanse of American time. Section 32. A letter to Springfield. Dear Springfield, we have spent a long time with you tonight. Long enough to have gone from the beginning, the waiting room, the sketch, the yellow family taking shape in a hurry to here, to this, to the end of the longest single visit anyone has paid to your particular impossible geography. You have been everything to a great many people. You have been the place they went on Sunday nights when they were children, before they knew what Sunday nights could mean. You have been the place they went when the week had been hard, and they needed to sit down with a family that was never going to surprise them by being different from how it always was. You have been the place they went when they needed to remember what it felt like to find something genuinely funny, specifically and irreplaceably funny, the kind of funny that doesn't fade with repeat viewing because it's built on truth. You have been the place some people have spent more hours in than they have spent in their own childhood homes, which are gone now, or different, or occupied by people who don't know what those rooms held. You gave them a home that stays the same. That is a gift, even when the home is yellow and impossible, and contains a nuclear plant with 342 safety violations. Bart is still 10. He will always be 10. Lisa is still 8, and she will always be 8, and the saxophone will always be playing somewhere in that house. That specific sound that is hers and no one else's, the sound of someone saying something in the only language that nobody can argue with. Homer is still reaching for the donut. He will always be reaching for the donut. And Marge is still there, patient and real and more complicated than anyone gives her credit for, holding everything together through the sheer sustained force of caring. Maggie's eyes are open. They are always open. Whatever you are watching for, Maggie and we have never quite figured it out. Though we have spent 36 years trying, we hope the moment comes. We hope the word arrives. We hope the thing you have been waiting to say turns out to be worth the waiting. Springfield, we'll be back. We always are. Take care of them. They're ours. Sleep well. Thank you for being here. Final word count. Approximately 40,500 words. Section 33. Late night on Evergreen Terrace. A final meditation. It is late now. The show has been running long enough that even the most committed viewer has begun to feel the weight of hours. The credits have rolled hundreds of times. The couch gag has varied hundreds of times. The chalkboard has carried hundreds of different Bart sentences, each one a small act of comic discipline, a punishment that is its own reward, a sentence that becomes a joke through repetition. In the quiet after 36 seasons, after nearly 800 episodes, after all the words that have been spoken by all the characters in all the rooms in Springfield, after Homer's declarations and Marge's concern and Bart's provocations and Lisa's arguments and Maggie's silence, what remains is very simple. A family loves each other. The love is imperfect. The love is sometimes buried under frustration and misunderstanding and the specific failure of people to see each other clearly even when they are sharing the same room. But the love is real. It is real in the specific, unglamorous, durable way that actual love is real, not the love of romantic comedies or pop songs, but the love of the ordinary evening, the love that shows up at the table for dinner, even on the bad days, the love that makes room for someone else's presence, even when that presence is sometimes too loud or too chaotic or too different from what you needed. Homer loves his family the way a person can love something that is the whole of what makes life worth living without being able to articulate why. The articulacy would diminish it somehow. Homer's love is pre-verbal, below the level of speech, located in the body, in the reach for a hand, in the physical presence in the same room, in the warmth of coming home to people who are expecting you and are, in their way, glad you're there. Marge loves her family the way a person can love something while also seeing it clearly. Marge has no illusions about Homer. She has no illusions about the children. She sees the limitations and the frustrations and the ways the people she loves will not be what she wishes they were. And she stays. The staying is its own love language, the most honest one, the daily. Repeated choice to be present in a life with these specific people, knowing everything about them, choosing them again. Bart loves his family the way a boy can love things that he would be embarrassed to acknowledge loving openly. His love is demonstrated through action rather than declaration, through showing up, through the moments when the performance drops and the actual feeling underneath it is briefly visible. He loves Homer in the specific way children love a parent who is both their opposite and their mirror, who is everything they're frustrated by and everything they're afraid of becoming, and also, secretly, some of the best things about themselves. Lisa loves her family with the painful awareness of someone who can see exactly how imperfect the thing she loves is, and who loves it anyway with a fullness that the awareness doesn't diminish. Her love for Homer is the most analyzed relationship in the show because it is the most clearly articulated gap between what she is and what he is, between what she needs and what he can give. And yet the gap is bridged, again and again, by something that is neither intelligence nor sentiment but is real in its own category. Maggie loves her family with the completeness of someone who has not yet developed the complications that diminish love. Her love is total because she does not yet have the resources to make it conditional. She loves because they are hers, and she is theirs, and because the warmth of being held, and the warmth of being known, and the warmth of being in a room full of people who are glad you exist are the whole world, and they are enough. They are always enough. The show knows this. That is what the show knows. Underneath everything else it knows, underneath the satire and the jokes and the observations about power and media and class and American mythology, underneath all of it, the show knows that the family is enough, that the ordinary evening is enough, that the love, imperfect and persistent, and sometimes barely visible through the comedy, is enough. It has been telling you this for 36 years, one episode at a time, one couch gag at a time, one donut at a time. Homer reaches for the donut. The donut is there, the family is there, Springfield is there, impossible and yellow and everywhere and nowhere, lit by the glow of the power plant against a sky that is any color you need it to be. It is enough. It has always been enough. Good night.